I'd like to call to order the May 22nd, 2018 Board of Supervisors and proceed with clerk's items.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Here. Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, May 25th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Okay, would you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Call your first item.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 49. You are adopting an ordinance for item number 12, amending Sacramento County Code Chapter 6.28, Title 6, relating to well and activation permit term change from 2 years to 5 years. You waived reading on this on May 8th. Also, for item 41, you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency, adopting an ordinance amending the Sacramento County Water Agency Code relating to Zone 50 water development fees to read as follows: Sacramento County Water Agency Appendix Number 1, Title 4, Schedule A, Water Development Fees. And you also, I'm not sure if this was being introduced or because the notes aren't correct here.
What item?
It's being adopted.
Okay, so you waived reading on this also. Thank you. And that concludes my clerk notes.
Okay, board members, any comments on the agenda?
I just want to make a quick comment regarding agenda item, was it 58, the Antelope P-bid, and I wanted to especially thank the businesses who helped us get there: Winco, Jeremy with Winco, Steve with Les Schwab, Percy with McDonald's. There was a lot of hard work over a year that got us this far, and hopefully we'll get to the finish line, and I just wanted to especially thank and acknowledge them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Could you repeat the item number on that, Ms. Frost?
Oh,
I had 58 and, it's item 28.
sorts.
Okay, 28.
28.
Okay.
I said 58.
Thank you. I was pretty sure it wasn't 58, but. Mr. Natoli,
Yeah,
did you have a comment?
thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, on item 5, if you could call that, please.
Item 5, approve City of Folsom and County of Sacramento Annexation Tax Exchange Agreement regarding City of Folsom Corporation Yard annexation and memorandum of understanding related to associated transportation improvements.
Yes, thank you. In the staff report, and I understand this is slated to be before LAFCO early next month, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to ask about, on page 4 of the staff report, there's discussion about the actual alignment of the intersection and access and concern about traffic flow. And apparently the county has offered comments, but it's not clear to me that, you know, how that's going to be resolved, because it concludes in that paragraph, top of the page, that says that we request that the city consider this alternative layout as traffic and transportation related planning for the Folsom Corporation Yard. This is still, you know, in the unincorporated area. It will be surrounded by unincorporated area property. And I guess I'm curious as to how that's going to either get resolved and what latitude staff has. I certainly look at Mike Penrose, but others, to be sure that that gets resolved accordingly. And again, it sounds to me, if it was serious enough to obviously to rise to the staff report that's before us, I want to be sure you have, you know, the direction and certainly support you need to move forward on this particular point. So,
Supervisor,
yeah.
this thing goes dark on me. Sorry. Is it on now?
Yeah.
There it is. Supervisor Natoli, in response to your question, we did provide comments on that specific issue, the alignment of the intersection, have met with the City of Folsom, and come to agreement on a MOU, essentially, that they will commit to providing for future flexibility of the geometrics of that intersection. So we believe that that will fully meet the long-term needs in this location. Since they're dedicating it to us, that item isn't really attached to this. It's their commitment to do that going forward with the mapping. So.
Okay, so is that sufficient?
We believe it is.
Strong enough to.
Yep.
Okay, again, that was, and maybe that's been a recent, outcome here, because that wasn't covered. I didn't see that.
It was, and that level of detail didn't need to be in the tax sharing agreement, but it is available to the LAFCO process.
And we will memorialize
Yeah.
that internally.
Okay. Well, I recognize the tax sharing agreement stands alone, but this can't move forward without a tax sharing agreement. So any ability to negotiate terms that are important to us certainly can hinge on what happens with this particular piece of it. There are a number of pieces that have to fall into place, obviously, and protection for growth inducement, and I guess the other, I want to, how are we guarding against that? This parcel would come into the city, assuming LAFCO were to take that action. Are there any other aspects related to the perimeter of the property itself, because it will abut agriculturally zoned lands that are Ag 80, if I'm not mistaken, and so that's the level of detail we don't need to decide here this morning. But I want to be clear, because this agreement obviously is critical in the process. It can't move forward without that, and I'm not looking to hold it up. On the other hand, I want to be sure that issues that we might have from either from a transportation and or a planning standpoint or interface with agricultural properties are done in such a way that they meet, concerns that either staff and or this board might have. And so I guess I would just ask Mike and Nav about that.
Yes,
point.
so all the transportation-related elements tying to future Scott Road and alignments with the Grant Line Road and all those elements have been sorted out. And so we don't have any concerns about that. From a growth-inducing perspective, there frankly has not been some specific review of that as it relates to the interface. There is a road that would go around, so there potentially will be some access to the south of this property that would be available to the Ag 80, but I don't see any starting point that would be affecting a growth-inducing component related to the courtyard.
Okay, but
So
go ahead.
our understanding from Folsom is that this will be a corporation yard, and that's the very limited use that they're proposing. We did have some conversation back and forth about, is there any other intention? Is there a new SOI? Is there anything else coming? And what was represented back to the county staff was that that's not the case. This is strictly to have a corp yard at that spot.
Just let me ask one question, maybe one more time, though, and just restate it. So what about the site development itself? They may not have progressed to that point yet. This is obviously moving it to attempt to annex to the city, and then they would put a corporation yard. But the interface between grazing lands, agricultural properties, and basically an industrial corporation yard use that will have a lot of activity. The perimeter treatment, as it abuts properties that will remain in agricultural designation, particularly on the east and southern portions, well, even to the west, the road will have some separation there as it enters. I think it's an important point to those treatments. Maybe it's going to be a block wall, maybe it's going to be a cyclone fence. I don't know. I mean, and again, there are different ways to treat that, but I just think it's important to recognize that whether those lands are grazed or not, they're still an agricultural designation, and our general plan is very clear about that. So I just want to be sure you have that,
yes.
ability to, as we're talking through this with our folks in Folsom.
We've had those conversations.
Okay, all right, very good, thanks. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. I have a question on item 29. Clerk, please read that item.
Item 29, resolution authorizing the Director of the Office of Planning and Environmental Review to execute a mitigation fee agreement between the County of Sacramento and Southgate Recreation and Park District.
So I guess this question is aimed at our planning director, Leon Moffitt. This is a bit unusual. We're being asked to bless a fee agreement in advance of the South County Habitat Conservation Plan being actually in place, adopted by this board.
I would like to understand what happens, what's the contingency should there be a delay in the adoption of the plan, if the plan does not get adopted, what is that, how will that impact what we're being asked to do today?
Certainly. We are moving forward to do some pre-implementation of the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan, but we also have in planning in the past some experience with doing mitigation, such as Swainson's Hawk mitigation. In the past, we also used to do some vernal pool mitigation. So if the South Sac HCP were to be delayed or take some time period, we would still have an obligation to mitigate, but we do have experience in doing that. So we would just move forward as we do with expending Swainson's Hawk funds or other funds and find a site to mitigate.
So it would take place independent of the activities of the conservation plan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then I just wanted to express my thanks on item 35 to our DOT staff. I know that this is just a contract award, but again, it is advancing what I'm sure my colleagues are probably tired of me hearing about, which is all the quality of life effort that is taking place in the South Oak Park community. And this is yet another reminder that we are staying on top of the infrastructure needs in that neighborhood. And then lastly, I want the record to show, please, that I am voting no on item 30.
Don, did you, I saw your name flash up here, but it's gone now.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to, back to item 29, if I could. I wanted to be clear. I'm sorry, Leanne returned to her seat, but thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Leanne, if I could, real quickly. So I heard you in the event there was a delay, but in the event that, because there's a policy matter before this board relative to the HCP, so you would find mitigation lands somewhere, it just wouldn't be tied to the HCP in the event that didn't happen. Okay, yes. I just want to be clear. I heard what you kind of alluded to there. Obviously, you're taking a very positive attitude to HCP, but I just want to be clear about the policy choice that we have to Mr. Cerna's previous
Here's
point.
what I heard. It's not going to upset the project schedule.
No.
Yeah, not upset the project either. So
we will mitigate one way or another.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
I would like to make a comment on item 25, and that is the Fulton Avenue P-bid. It's a renewal, and note that it first began in 1998, and we're just so happy and proud of all the work they've done, and that it's reflected in the fact that they continue to be able to renew this P-bid, and it's we've been able to use the success of Fulton Avenue. They're called the gold standard for P-bids in the county, and I continue to have areas come to me and say, how do we get to be like Fulton Avenue? And it's nice to have a good story to be able to tell people about it, and I'm just very happy to see that they got enough petitions to renew it again this year. So I see several members of the management team in the office there, on the board there, including Director Epler. So congratulations to you, and thank you for all your years of hard work. And I would also like the record to reflect that I'm recusing on items 2, 3, and 31 due to potential conflict of interest. Okay?
Yep.
Then we would need a motion.
I'd move the consent calendar. Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Peters recused from items 2, 3, and 31, and Supervisor Cerna voted no on item 30. Item 50 is the presentation recognizing Sharon V. Skinner upon the occasion of her retirement and for 30 years of county service.
Thorludi is here to make the presentation.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Thor Ludy, Chief of the county's Construction Management and Inspection Division. And it's my pleasure that on behalf of the board, I present to Sharon Skinner a resolution upon the occasion of her retirement after 30 years of service with the County of Sacramento. So her actual retirement date is June 2nd, so we congratulate her. So I have a resolution, then I have a few comments after I give the resolution. Whereas Sharon Skinner, a 30-year county employee, began on April 12, 1988 as a typist clerk in the Department of Environmental Review and Assessment. And whereas Sharon Skinner was promoted to Steno Clerk 3 Confidential in the County Executive's Office on April 23, 1989, and on January 14th transferred to the Public Works Department. Now we've gone from Public Works Department to Municipal Services, now we're back to Public Works Department, so it all's coming around together again. Whereas on March 8, 1992, Sharon's position was classification was retitled to Secretary 3 Confidential, and on July 9, 1995, her position was retitled to Secretary Confidential in the Public Works Department. So you get this retitled thing several times throughout this presentation. Whereas on May 26, 1996, Sharon was promoted to Executive Secretary to the Public Works Agency Administrator, and that would have been Warren Harada at the time, where she became a member of the Executive Cabinet. Whereas on November 2nd, 1998, Sharon was promoted to Secretary to the County Executive, and that would have been Terry Shetton at the time. Whereas on November 21st, a year later, Sharon was promoted to Administrative Services Officer and returned to the Public Works Agency, which was retitled to Municipal Services Agency. And whereas on November 23rd, 10 years later, Sharon came to work for the Construction Management Inspection Division to work in our Labor Compliance Work Group, where she ensured that the proper prevailing wages were paid on all of the county's public works projects. Whereas Sharon was a member of the following: from 1996 to 1998, Public Works Leadership Team, and from 1996 to 1999, Management Women's Forum. And whereas Sharon co-founded the Forum for People of Color in 1999, and later co-chaired the International Fair in June 2003 to promote and educate county employees and the public at large of the multicultural diversity in Sacramento County. Now therefore be resolved, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento, we hereby honor Sharon Skinner for her years of service and contributions to the Sacramento community, and wish her happiness and fulfillment in her retirement. And her husband John is here, and in her retirement years she plans to spend quite a bit of time with her husband John, travel to Arizona to spend time with her son Terry, spend many hours bike riding, and the thing that she's really looking forward to is getting up in the morning and having breakfast outside on the patio, and traveling and taking cruises with no time commitments to return to work. So with that, congratulations, Sharon.
Thank you.
And we really wish you happy retirement. Oh, and one other thing I have here, Sharon's Certificate of Recognition for 30 years of service, signed by our county executive. Where'd he go?
Die.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sharon, did you want to make any comments?
Yes, I have a few words.
Okay.
And then I like to take pictures.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to say that I have enjoyed my 30-year career with Sacramento County. And when I first started in 1988, I learned a lot about environmental regulations and community planning. I remember when I had to work overtime, including weekends, to get the budget summaries done when I worked in the county executive's office for the analysts preparing the budgets to get to their departments on time. My favorite memories are working in the Public Works Department, which later became an agency, as Thor alluded to, and after several reorganizations was renamed to the Municipal Services Agency. Warren Harada and I work very well together. Don, you remember Warren?
I remember that very well.
Susan, you too, I believe. We always met the agenda deadlines for the board meetings. We had lots of fun at our office and Christmas parties. Sometimes they were at my house, some were at his house. After he retired, we got together to celebrate our birthdays. Warren was a great agency administrator, and sadly he passed away last year. And I really miss him because he was a great guy. Some of my other experiences include working with interim county executive Bob Ryan before you guys hired Terry Sutton. And I worked in the communication media office, sometimes known as the PIO or Public Information Office. I'm currently working, as Thor said, in the Development Code and Services and Construction Management and Inspection. And my supervisor is Harmel Najir. And Harmel is a great supervisor. I would say boss, but he doesn't boss us. He manages the staff well, and he's a great supervisor. We'll go in and talk to him. I absorbed so much information about labor compliance from him, and I want to thank him. So I do appreciate him, and it's a little hard for me to leave. Can't believe I'm getting emotional. I learned a whole lot. Knowledge is powerful only if you use it, and I have used my knowledge to reach my goals in the county. So I'm really ready to retire. Overall, the county is a great place to work, and I'm excited about my retirement. I want to thank everyone responsible for hiring me, promoting me, and teaching me in these last 30 years. I want to thank my husband, John, my friends and co-workers for supporting me along my employment journey. Some of whom are here today. My family is out of town in several states, so they're not here, except John, of course. I'm looking forward to this new chapter in my life with my wonderful husband, Johnny, as we enjoy many new adventures. I wish everyone the best in life, and I only have 7 more working days.
Well, bring your husband up if you want to take the picture too.
Yeah, okay, good.
Mike, are you taking the picture?
We have a picture.
Ah, okay.
Mike's gonna be in the
I'm
picture.
joining in.
Okay.
Don, can I ask you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'd be happy
I've
to.
known you a while.
She's got her camera too, but we'll get you.
Okay. Wow.
We're good. Don't worry, I can balance it out here. Look at it.
Let's do yours too. I hit the button.
Okay. Hold on,
I qualified to do
so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck to you. Safe travels. Okay.
Can my supervisor say a few words?
I couldn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Can my supervisor say a few words?
Oh, yes, of course.
Good morning, members of the board. I am Harmail Nijjar. I work for Thor Loading, actually, in Construction Management Inspection Division. I was the lucky one to have Sharon on my team. I really enjoyed working with her. Last month when she gave me this news, I was sadly moved. She has always been the one I could rely on. She did a wonderful job. Again, on behalf of my whole division, and especially from me, I wish her all the best in her retirement. And she did a wonderful job again, and we hope she has a long and peaceful retirement. And she spends time with her loved ones and does everything she wants to do with her time off. Thank you for 30 years of continuous hard work and your contribution to labor compliance as well as the county.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you stay there for a second, Sharon, if you'd stay there a second, Mr. Tolley would like to make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to note, and I think that Sharon already did, that certainly I've known her pretty much the entire 30 years that she's worked with the County of Sacramento. And again, don't speak with her frequently, but I would just say that I know her work certainly exemplifies a real dedication to serving the public, and certainly in serving in the various roles that she has. I just wanted to comment, though, about the International Fest. I know that it was mentioned, and she and Sharon, and somebody rocking out in the back there, so she had a lot of cohorts and colleagues that worked with her on that, but I think it really did help to build relationships and understanding amongst certainly county employees, but to the broader community, and it was a chance to celebrate in a very positive way the diversity of our workforce, the diversity of the folks that we serve, and it was something that she didn't have to do, but I think did because she and others felt it was important to, I think, really make known in a broad fashion the commitment to diversity in the workplace, but also and to celebrate that diversity amongst our our employees, but our broader community. And I want to just thank you for that work and leadership, Sharon, and certainly to you and Johnny, has been said here previously, to wish you well. And your work here has been a blessing to people of Sacramento County and to all those that have known and worked with you, and I've appreciated that, and I just wish you Godspeed in all your travels. And again, the worst day in retirement still beats the best day working, so enjoy your retirement. So
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on so many years, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon.
Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Item 51 is the presentation of the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2017, to the Department of Finance, County of Sacramento, by the Government Finance Officers Association.
I'd like to call Ben Lamera up. They're not all called Ben, I'm sure. Well, this is getting to be a habit this time of year to have you come forward, but we do have a certificate for you from the Government Finance Officers Association, which established the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting in 1945, and it's to encourage and assist state and local governments to go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles, to prepare comprehensive annual financial reports that evidence transparency and full disclosure and recognizes individual governments that succeed in achieving that goal. This is a 28th consecutive Certificate of Achievement for the Excellence in Financial Reporting that the Department of Finance has received from the Association for the County's Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Hard for a music major to say all these accounting terms. In 2016, approximately 4,300 government entities from all over 50 states applied for this award. So I wanted to, I'm sure you've seen this, they have a pretty fancy frame, nicer than ours, but this is your award, and I want to give that to you. And then, I don't know, did you plan to make some comments and name all your staff members?
Yes.
I have a list of your staff members in case you forget. Okay? Sometimes I look at people and I think, I know you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Do want to thank you for presenting this certificate to our office. This is really a county-wide certificate. We do appreciate all the support from all the departments. I want to really just recognize County Executive Nav Gill and Chief Deputy, I should say, Deputy County Executive David Villanueva in their support in us completing this CAFR. This was a bit of a challenging CAFR. It's a little bit special for several of us in our office. This is the first time that we've actually produced the CAFR and released it in November. Normally, we don't release the CAFR until December or occasionally January, which we do not like doing. And so we had a bit of a challenge this year. We were asked if we could actually complete the CAFR in November, and we said, okay, we're going to take that challenge on. Unfortunately, we actually ran into a couple of retirements with some key managers that had worked in the CAFR, and so we ended up bringing on some new staff and started the whole training process. We did run this project run this CAFR and the building of it like a project, and so there was definitely a lot of communication with the departments, a lot of coordinating that we needed to do, and receiving information from the various departments. With personnel, they actually provided us some actuary reports that we use for the liability fund, workers' compensation, and also our post-employment benefits. We worked with SCRS in them preparing their actuary report and also an audit of the pension liability. We had financial statements that are completed by the airport, water resources, waste management, general services, Department of Technology, that we coordinated in the timing of when those needed to be completed. That takes a little bit more effort because we receive information that we push out to them, and then they finish their financials and push them back over to our office. We also receive a lot of information from Britt Ferguson and his staff, and we really appreciate their efforts because there's a lot of schedules and information that we receive from the Office of Budget and Debt Management. So it is a big effort. We ran this like a project. We hit the timelines that we were supposed to hit. We actually had a lot of effort in also reviewing the CAFR, and I want to recognize Camelia Radoluscu from Airports in her efforts. We also had Susan Purdon from Water Resources, and Alan Montre from our office in our internal audit section. So thank you again. Thank you for all the support and just the effort that we put into it. Thanks.
So one of the things that I've told Ben, that when I had a job comparable to his, I got it for 8 years in a row. So that's the number he's got to beat. That's the danger of having an ex-finance director as the exec.
So since Chair Peters left me the list, I'm going to just real quickly just want to acknowledge the staff that worked on the CAFR this year. Joyce Renison, Assistant Auditor Controller; Marcus Spessy, Chief of Financial Accounting Reporting Control; Tredis Campbell; Herman Williams, who is now actually not in our department. He moved on to Water Resources, but he actually ran the project last year, and will be providing us support next year. Paula Burris, Lincoln Bogard, Poonam Ajla, Ross McCarthy, knew her, and June Nguyen. And so thank you, and thank you for all your efforts too.
Why don't you come over here in the well and they'll take a picture. Okay. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Yeah, thank you all. How many years in a row is that now? Just 20 plus? 20? How many, Ben?
28.
28, okay. So you already beat Mr. Gill's record by 20 years, so that's all right. That's all right.
Okay, next item, please.
Item 52, presentation of resolution proclaiming the month of May 2018 as Mental Health Awareness Month.
And Supervisor Kennedy is going to take the lead here.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is something that we do every year, and it's just as important every year. I don't normally read a lot of the whereases, but I'm going to read a few because I think it's important that we remind ourselves of why it is every budget year we have, and I will say that the board has, in the 4 years I've been here, made mental health a priority, and unanimously as a board we have done that. Whereas approximately 1/2 of chronic mental illness begins begins by the age of 14 and 3/4 by 24, whereas early identification and treatment can make a difference in successful management of mental illness and recovery, whereas every person and community can make a difference in helping end the silence and stigma that for too long has surrounded mental illness and discouraged people from getting help. And whereas public education and civic activities can encourage mental health and help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. So that's why this gentleman is here with me. This is David Bain with the National Alliance Mental Illness, who is a one-man band for all of these things throughout the year, not just 1 month out of the year. So I'm proud to present this to NAMI and to David for the work that you and they do. I also want to thank, frankly, our staff. We have tireless, overworked staff in our behavioral health under the leadership of Uma Zajkowski and so many others who really are champions for this effort and making people's lives better on a daily basis, not just 1 month out of the year. So with that, I'd like to present this with David and give an opportunity to make some comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, the board. I appreciate your efforts throughout the year, not just in May. The county is the single most entity for providing mental health services through UMA and her Division of Behavioral Health Services, so we appreciate that. 1 in 5 Americans are possibly impacted by mental health throughout the year. So bringing that to Sacramento County, that's 280,000 people. So that's a lot of people. And I would ask that you guys give UMA even more work through funding to provide more programming, because there's a variety of mental illnesses and a variety of intensities of mental illnesses. So it takes a variety of programming. Not only the individuals who are living with mental illness, but the family members who need some care and support as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
I'd like to actually take a photo if I could. And Uma, I'm glad I mentioned you because I didn't see you there. So I would have been in trouble if I hadn't. Can you come down for a photo? Great, thank you. Let's right here.
You do it here?
Yes.
Item 53 is the presentation of resolution proclaiming July 15th through the 21st, 2018 as the 45th and final EPI's Great Race Week in Sacramento County.
We call up George Johnson and Lisa Mangles. Here we are again. Well, we have another resolution for EPI's Great Race, founded by your dad.
Yeah.
And in 1974, and is known as the world's oldest triathlon, the Great Race and the No Swim Triathlon. The EPI's Great Race has generously donated proceeds from the race to Sacramento County's Therapeutic Recreation Services, whose participants have benefited from this contribution since 1986. The Great Race has many positive impacts on Sacramento County, including promoting health and wellness, volunteerism, and encouraging the enjoyment and use of the American River Parkway. They draw about 2,000 athletes and hundreds of volunteers and thousands of spectators to our region from all over the United States. The Great Race includes a traditional triathlon as well as a kids duathlon along the American River, and with the 45th race being the event's final year, it will be forever cherished as a unique signature in Sacramento County. So the Board of Supervisors of the County of Sacramento want to express their gratitude to all those associated with EPI's Great Race, and especially to the event sponsors and members of the Epi Johnson family. So here we go. Last one.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your picture. Where'd my wife go?
I don't know.
Where's Mom? Mom?
Mom, he wants a picture now.
Athena, you take the picture.
Oh, okay, your daughter's doing it.
All right, this is Athena.
She didn't know this was her turn.
Yeah, she really did.
Oh.
You can come down, Mark.
Thanks, Athena.
Thank you.
Okay, now, do you have some comments you want to make?
Yeah, so actually, I think Jeff's.
Or Jeff is up next.
I'm up next. Appreciate it.
I think part of this will fit. Flo, when you get a chance, can I see if some of that will fit on the overhead? So as Chair Peters just acknowledged that this next year, coming into July, is going to be the 45th and final Epi's Great Race, and as part of that acknowledgement and celebration, we wanted, on behalf of the board and on behalf of the county, to provide just a couple of items of our appreciation to the Johnson family. The first of these are framed here in the front and also in the back. We have the the second annual Epi's Great Race poster that we had recreated and framed on behalf of the county. And we chose this one intentionally because it was the second annual, which kicked off then many more races to come. And I wanted just to read a couple of excerpts from the history of both the first and the second, because I think it's interesting. If you notice in the bottom left-hand corner, the rules are about a paragraph long. Now, if you were to read the rules of Epi's Great Race, there are several pages of different divisions and rules. So it really started by Mr. Johnson, I think, coming up with a wild idea of how he potentially celebrates and markets his restaurants. And from the first year, numerous challenges had to be overcome. This early attempt at mixing three athletic activities, two examples of those early interesting experiences were only 4 days before the event, Epi was told that he was required to have a permit. Now, I can only imagine Mr. Johnson 4 days before finding out that he didn't have a permit and potentially being told that he couldn't run the race, and the experience that would have been for the park staff would have been interesting. He was also informed that if any cyclist did not stop during the race, they would receive a citation and potentially be arrested. I can also only imagine what that would have been like for somebody to deliver that message to Epi. And so after the first successful race of about 32 teams, they committed to the second annual. And as a parks director, I was reading through these statements, which was that the mass start of the bike riders started and headed towards the Sunrise Canal. There was only one light bulb, a 45-watt light bulb, in the tunnel as they crossed over and under Highway 50 to the American River Bike Trail. Cyclists were paced by a lead vehicle, then they were turned loose to sprint through the course. A few riders wore helmets, and crashes were common in the crowded turns. So those were the first 2 years of Epi's Great Race that has then just expounded into what we know and experience coming into the 45 years of our history, which is pretty special. I am thankful that everybody is required to wear helmets. I am thankful that we have few crashes, not multiple crashes, throughout the race.
And no one gets arrested?
And nobody got arrested that I'm aware of, yes, which is also very important.
Jeff, I just note too that on the poster you have there that the entry fees in that second race went to the Aquarian effort. The effort, they went to the effort, and I think now well space has evolved over time. But so it wasn't therapeutic recreation services initially, but obviously
That's
over
correct.
time, it's they've contributed significantly to that. So
yes, and I could just set that right there. And to acknowledge that very point, in the 80s, Therapeutic Recreation Services was selected, and this is one of the examples from this is the 86 race where Therapeutic Recreation Services was the chosen charity. And obviously a special place for the county to be involved. And over the years, so from the 1980s into the 2000s, at the 2000, let me grab my notes here, 2006 mark, we were over $800,000 that was contributed to our therapeutic recreation services. And then in 2011 and 2012, we hit the $1 million mark, which I had the pleasure of just arriving here at the county to celebrate that mark, which is pretty amazing that over the years of the history, we have not only been the recipient of many of the proceeds, but has accumulated to such an amazing extent of being over $1 million. So on behalf of the department, I want to thank the Johnson family. I know that Epi worked very hard, but it was the entire family, and we're into the third generation of that, that are always there out the race with the kids. I've seen them over the last 6 years work in various booths and being a part of not only the Friday team day, but also the celebration on Saturday. So thank you to the entire family. And as part of that, we have a couple of our athletes from the Therapeutic Recreation Services program that want to come down and also express their gratitude to the Johnson family. As you know, the Wellness Foundation supports our TRS program. They purchase uniforms that many of the athletes are wearing. We have new floor hockey equipment this year, as well as a number of scholarships throughout our program. So the athletes are coming down to do that quick. And Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I wanted to say members of the board are very happy that there are no costumes for the board members involved this year. Several people here wore wigs and big shoes for one particular event. And then I wanted to tell you, in case you, George, wherever he went, is for a, I knew your dad from various things, and for about a year we lived in the same condominium neighborhood. And as it turned out, we both owned Welsh Terriers. And so, yeah.
You met Zoe then?
Yeah, I knew Zoe well, yeah. And whenever I would walk my dog, almost every day someone would say, "Oh, are you Epi's dog walker?" Well, no, we just have dogs that look alike. And then he took me in his house where Zoe reigned supreme, and it was definitely a dog's paradise, is what I'll say. But from then on, we walked our dogs together, and people would double take. So that was one of my favorite memories of your dad. So, you're next. Okay. Stand in front, right here.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, board. My name is Hermanda Seals, and I'm with the Sacramento County Chargers.
Go ahead.
Good morning, board. I am Maurice Hollins. I'm with the Sac County Chargers.
All right. Awesome. And you could just present that to George right behind you.
And we would like to present this to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And we also would like to make you our honorary coach for Sacramento.
All right.
All right. Go Chargers.
That's awesome. Thank you very much.
It says from our teams to yours.
There he goes. Got to get it right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Hey,
that'll be
there you
perfect.
go.
It says coach, too.
All right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Let me get a picture with the Chargers there.
Okay, grab that.
Yeah, but hold that.
I'll picture it up there. Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
And just before I turn it over to George, if I could have all of our TRS athletes that are here today representing our TRS teams go ahead and stand up. We want to say congratulations and great job for all the work that you do representing the county. And you guys could come on down, and then George is going to do the check presentation.
All right. You got a lot of hardware on them. A lot of metal. That's awesome. Right behind you. A lot of winners here. That's cool. How are you? All right, let's do this. Let's present a little bit more money. Because that's what we love to do each year. Let Lisa sign the check.
I get to sign, yeah.
Yay. As you know, this last year for Epi's Great Race was our lowest in recent history in attendance. So we peaked about 3 years before our dad passed. I think that would have been about Epi's Great Race 37. We hit 2,092 people in our race. And from then on, we just saw this decline. We barely got over 1,000 people by race day. And so that was a big contributing factor to us deciding that, this type of event, which Dad always said needed 1,600 people to justify the year-round work that all of our committees do and that we do and everything. So anyways, we also thought it fitting. Dad was 45 years old when he started the race. 45th, it worked. So anyways, the good news is that we've got more support for TRS. Even better news is, even though the event will be ending, we'll have this year's proceeds, of course, but our foundation will continue to support TRS.
Wow.
She signed it. So anyways, we want to present TRS again with $20,000 for this last year, and we'll have many more years to support them, so we appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Still another picture. We'll take a picture outside too. We'll do that. Yeah.
We'll bring them all outside.
So the Board of Supervisors is going to recess right now for 5 or 10 minutes. Go out this door and out on the plaza, and there's a celebratory arch, and we'll get a picture taken with the
finish line.
It's the finish line, yeah.
All right.
So I don't have my gavel to the. So we're recessing.
There you go.
Okay.
I know.
I would like to call back to order the May 22nd, 2018 meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll, please?
Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Item 54, you are acting as the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. Approval of final tax exempt bonds and loan documents for Southwind Court Apartments.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board.
Morning.
My name is Nicole Brown, and I'm a housing finance analyst with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency.
Well, could you raise your
The report.
Raise the podium a little bit more.
Sorry. Thank you.
That ought to do it.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. The report before you requests final approval of tax exempt bond and loan documents for Southwind Court Apartments.
I'm sorry, we missed your introduction of yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name is Nicole Brown.
Nicole.
And I'm a housing finance analyst with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. So again, the report before you requests final approval of tax exempt bond and loan documents for Southwind Court Apartments. Previously, on December 5th, 2017, the Housing Authority approved the intent to issue mortgage revenue bonds to provide acquisition, construction, and permanent financing for Southwind Court. The Board of Supervisors also approved a $4 million loan for the project. After receiving these approvals, the Housing Authority submitted an application for tax-exempt bonds to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, and the developer submitted an application for low-income housing tax credits to the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee. CIDLAC approved the issuance of bonds, and CTCAC approved the allocation of tax credits, both in March 2018. As some background, Southwind Court was built in 1988 and is located...
Nicole, I'm sorry. Could you, those entering the chambers, please keep your voices down? We can't hear the speaker over your conversation. Thank you, Nicole. Go ahead.
Yeah. Southwind Court was originally built in 1988 and is located in the Florin area. The 88-unit property consists of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. The developer, Levy Affiliated, has purchased and will substantially rehabilitate the property. The existing 70 affordable units will be maintained, and the remaining 17 market rate units will be converted into affordable units. So all the units will be upgraded to include new kitchens, bathrooms, windows, flooring, heating, and air conditioning. Exterior upgrades include siding, paint, roofing, balcony enclosures, stairways, and garage doors. Upgrades to the existing amenities include a major expansion of the community room, upgrade of 1 pool, a new playground area, and landscape improvements. Also, new interior lighting and security cameras will be installed throughout the property. So in closing, staff recommends approving the tax-exempt bond and loan documents for the rehabilitation of Southwind Court. And staff is available to address any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker, or none? Oh, it just came up. Sorry, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Nicole, so on the improvements to the the exterior. So when you say new landscaping, it has the transmission core that runs through there for the high power line, so you have that setback. What's going to be done in that area there? You have some lawn area and so forth. Obviously, there are garages for a portion of the units that are served by that. And you're going to convert some of those garages as well, as I understand, for community room expansion. So just a little more verbal detail. I mean, there wasn't very many pictures included. There was actually only 1 or 2 in our packet. So
directly around the power lines, there is going to be a new fence.
Okay.
Separating the power lines from
the
landscaping
tower,
and the parking area. Other than that, let me look to the scope here. Yes, and as you said, the garages will be converted. 2 garages will be converted.
There's more than 2 garages. Not every unit had a
room.
garage, but there were.
Yes. Yeah, but only 2 of those will be converted into the community room.
But the landscaping, so what enhancements, again, from the streetscape on Power End Road there, what are you going to see that's going to be different besides putting fencing around the tower itself and or converting the garages? Because there's that large setback. So what's going to be different in there?
So the majority of the landscape improvements aren't actually...
They're not there? They're going to be around the units themselves to the rear?
More internal to the property. There isn't that much landscaping on the exterior outside of the parking.
I would just say I think that the appearance from the street and whether they're the affordable units or market rate units is not unimportant. I know that Supervisor Kennedy certainly is working across the way there with Department of Transportation to bring sidewalks to areas that don't have them, that are immediately across the street. And I think it's important with this upgrade that, again, certainly, there is landscaping there, but that if there's any enhancements, it would be nice. I know you're limited on planting underneath the power lines, but it's a little stark in between the units there, and I would just suggest that as you work with the developer that we might want to look at something there that would, provide a fresher look to it. Obviously, you're looking at the livability of the units themselves, and but you're going to make a major investment here on this property. So I guess I would just suggest that we take a look at that as a part of this and working with the development party on it. The only other question I had then, you're going to convert the remaining market rate units to regulated units, and will the agreements then, in this case, are they going to be for 55 years, or are they for a different term, and do you extend the term on the currently regulated units?
Yes, so it would be a new term of 55 years.
For all the units?
For all of the units, because they would all be affordable now.
Okay. All right, very good.
Anyone else? Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, with that, first I want to thank staff for just staying on this to answer Supervisor Natoli's questions. In my mind, one of the things you're going to notice from Power In is you're not going to be looking at buildings which are falling down. So
that will be a big improvement.
Huge improvement for the area, and also an addition of affordable housing, additional affordable housing in the area, which we all know is badly needed. So with that, I would move for approval.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Item 55 is the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing, request for approval of tax-exempt bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the benefit of Verge Center for the Arts.
Good morning. Yois Young from the County Executive Office. Today's Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing is a request from Verge Center for the Arts for the California Development Authority, of which the County of Sacramento is a member. The hearing is a request to approve a tax-exempt bond issuance in an amount not to exceed $2 million. Verge Center for the Arts is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation and an organization which provides contemporary art and art resources to the Sacramento region through a combination of exhibits, low or no-cost artist workspace, and educational programming. Before Verge Center of the Arts can issue these bonds, federal law requires that a public hearing be held and approval obtained from the jurisdiction in which a project is located, in this case, the County of Sacramento. Proceeds of this debt issuance will be used to fund building construction and improvements at the property located at 625 S Street. These tax-exempt bonds are payable solely by Verge Center for the Arts and are not a direct obligation of either the California Enterprise Development Authority or the County of Sacramento. County staff is recommending the board to conduct a public hearing and adopt the resolution that approves the issuance of bonds by California Enterprise Development Authority on behalf of Verge Center for the Arts. Today I have representatives from Verge Center of the Arts, Liv Moe, Executive Director, and also Helen Scheibmeyer from California Enterprise Development Authority, if there should be any comments or questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll open the public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up to speak. Would you like to speak? Okay, when you're finished, would you fill out a speaking request?
Yes. Madam Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors and county staff, my name is Liv Moe, and I'm the founding director of Verge Center for the Arts. Verge, a California nonprofit public benefit corporation, has requested that the California Enterprise Development Authority issue revenue obligations in the maximum principal amount of $2 million. The proceeds of the obligations will be used to refinance and finance the cost of construction and the last round of renovations needed for our facility located at 625 S Street. Verge consists of art galleries, art studios, classroom space, and offices, as well as a printmaking studio. Last year, Verge was the recipient of the county's TOT grant to support our annual county-wide open studio program. All of us at Verge want to thank you for supporting this important regional program, and with your support, SAC Open Studios has grown from 150 participating artists last year to over 200 this year. More than half of those artists are outside of the central city limits. We hope to see all of you in September. I would like to thank each of you once again for your support of Verge's request to issue obligations using the California Enterprise Development Authority Bond Conduit Program. This bond financing will enable our organization to complete the improvements to our building. In closing, we would like to once again thank the County of Sacramento, the California Enterprise Development Authority, and Pacific Premier Bank for all of their support. Let me know if I can answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Thank you.
I see none. Okay, I will close the public hearing. Is there oh, I'm sorry. It just came up, Phil, so would you like to make a comment?
If there's no further speakers, I'd like to move the item.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Madam Chair, before we move on, I'd just like to acknowledge in the audience today, we have a former Sacramento City Council member and former member of the California State Assembly, Mr. Phil Eisenberg. I just want
former mayor.
Yeah, former mayor as well, yeah. So, man of many talents, but I know he's here in support of this item, but I just wanted to acknowledge Phil's presence here today. So.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg, for being here. Okay. Next item, please.
Item 56 is the presentation of the 2017 through 2021 California Child and Family Services Review System Improvement Plan.
Good morning. I am Michelle Callejas, and I am currently serving as Acting Director of the new Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. And to my right here...
Sure. Good morning. Marlon Yarber, Assistant Chief Probation Officer, here for Chief Seal.
Hi, Marlon.
Morning.
And we are here at your request to discuss our county system improvement plan. If you recall, this item came before you in February, and although you approved it, Supervisor Natoli asked that we come back to provide a little bit more information because our system improvement plan is packed with data, a lot of great information. And then Supervisor Cerna also had a question about a particular probation data point. So we are both here today to give you a little more information. Mr. Yarber recently came to the juvenile side, so he is less familiar with the process, so he gave me the opportunity to provide a little bit more of the context. So the California Child and Family Services Review System is it's basically a child welfare outcomes and accountability system that was passed by the legislature back in 2001 and then enacted in 2004. It's an enhancement of the federal child welfare oversight and accountability system that is also mandated across all 50 states. So the feds monitor the states, and then here in California, the Department of Social Services monitors child welfare and probation. And both systems focus on performance indicators that speak to child safety, permanency, and well-being. And again, it includes foster children that are either involved in child welfare or probation. So we are going to try to make this simple and explain how the system improvement plan fits into this process. We will both talk about the areas of focus that child welfare is focusing on and probation, talk to you about our strategies, and then hopefully provide any other information you might need. Oops, is it this? There we go. So there are two components to the California Child and Family Services Review. The first is the county self-assessment, and the second is the county system improvement plan. The county self-assessment is a comprehensive review of child welfare and juvenile probation practices, and it also includes a peer review, focus groups, and stakeholder engagement. We started our countywide assessment process back in mid-2016. The peer review gives us the opportunity to select a performance indicator in which we're not performing very well. And we work with the Department of Social Services to identify which one we want to do a deeper dig on. So they identified in coordination with Department of Social Services, both child welfare and probation, identified reentry as an item that we wanted to have other counties come in and basically give us consultation. So we invited 6 counties. They did comprehensive case reviews, focused strictly on reentry. They analyzed the data they collected, and then they made recommendations to us about what we could consider to improve that. We also then, as part of the stakeholder process, we held focus groups with child welfare staff, probation staff, both line level all the way up to executive management. We held focus groups with resource parents or foster parents, bio parents, foster youth, relative caregivers to get their input as to how child welfare and probation could do better. So all of the data that is collected then informs our system improvement plan, which is basically a 5-year work plan that identifies strategies and milestones to improve outcomes for the children and families we serve. So we're early on in implementation. We will continue to adapt any strategies, make adjustments if they're not working, and then move forward as we try to improve outcomes for children and families. So this next slide focuses on the 4 areas that CPS is focused on. And I don't know how familiar you are with these points. I'll give just a brief explanation. So the first is recurrence of maltreatment. If you look over to the last column, that's the national standard or goal. So we should be at least 9.1. Right next to it is the state's performance at 9.4. So when we started our system improvement plan, the time frame that set our baseline, we were at 10.2%. The desired direction is to go down, right? We want less recurrence of maltreatment. We went up the last period. So recurrence of maltreatment is children who had a substantiated allegation in a year. So say this, in 2015, we had X number of children in care. We substantiated an allegation of abuse or neglect. A year later, they look at this same group of kids to see who had another substantiated allegation within that year, right? So we want fewer children to experience another incident of abuse. So although here it says we had 10.8%, that was our latest in our SIP plan, we are currently at 10.9%. So we are going down. We still need to get down to at least 9%, but we are headed in the right direction. The second area is permanency in 12 months for children in care 24 months or longer. So this is basically kids who have been in foster care for more than 2 years. And
I'm sorry, Michelle, if I could just before you get too far, so you're going down, so you went from 10.2 to 10.8. So how is that going down?
Our most, so the 10.8 was the point in time that was in the plan that you guys approved in February.
Yeah.
So our latest performance, just so that you know, we're heading in the right direction. We're now at 10.1%.
10.1. I thought you said 10.9.
I heard 10.9 too.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, 10.1.
Okay, so you are, and if I just ask you one other question, then these are all percentages, but could you, just by way of background, and again, it may not be a static number, but how many children are we talking about here? What's the pool? So when we say 10% of what is the number? Is it 2,500? Is it 4,000? Is it 8,000? Again, it may fluctuate, but so of total number of kids, because then the percentage then has some relevance to the number.
Right. The N matters. So in 2016, our denominator, the number of kids, was 4,341.
Okay.
And then in 2017, we're heading down, which is a good thing, 3,738.
And then if I relate what you show on the chart, that recurrence of maltreatment is that of that pool, whether it's 4,400 or 3,700, that roughly 10% of those 350 to 400 plus or minus then are showing situations that come back where there's been a reoccurrence of maltreatment. So
exactly.
And that could be abuse or neglect. Is that
correct?
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
And let me just make a statement for all these indicators, right? So we're saying we want to at least get to the national standard of 9.1, but ideally we want to get to 0, right? We don't want any kids to experience, additional incidents of abuse or neglect. We don't want them to experience the first incident. So these are goals we're trying to get to, understanding that we don't want any kids to experience this.
Well, and just to your point, if you're still having 350 to 450 kids, depending upon where you picked in the the calendar of years and so forth, that's still a fairly sizable number of kids that are being re-abused, re-neglected, and I don't know if there's multiples of that, but that's just to your point. The goal ought to be 0, and we ought to get there as quick as we can. So
yeah, exactly.
Thanks.
So the second indicator is children who have been in care for longer than 2 years. These are often the kids that people refer to as they're languishing in care. And you can see that we want that to go up, right? So kids who have been in care longer, we still want to get them to permanency. When I say permanency, either reunification, adoption, or legal guardianship. And the older they get, the longer they spend time in care, the less likely they are to achieve permanence. So this is an area that we are focused on. You can see that this is an arrow we want to see go up. The national standard is 30.3. We were at 28.3. We improved to 27.6. We have been working really hard in this area, and particularly with our 4E waiver investments and some internal practices we put into place. So our latest data show that we're up to 32.2% of kids who are in care longer than 2 years are achieving permanence. So we've exceeded the national standard, and we believe that this is the first time we've done that in Sacramento. We have historically been below this mark. So we're exceeding both the state and the national performance. And as we know, we can't look away. So we're continuing to invest to make sure that we keep getting those kids to a permanent family. The next is re-entry into foster care. And this is another one of the measures that looks at a year. So kids that come into care in 2015 and they exit to either reunification, legal guardianship, and then they re-enter care within the following year. And so we are trying to reduce the number of reentries. You can see the national standard is 8.3. We were at 14.7. We decreased slightly in 2016 Q4, but it's not statistically significant. We are making some gains in this. We're currently at 13.8. So we're seeing improvement, but we still have a ways to go to get down to 8%. And again, we want this to be 0. It is very traumatic for children to come into the child welfare system, and it just compounds their trauma when they get to go home or find a family and then end up coming back. So we're committed to continuing that improvement.
Michelle, can I just ask you, why is the data there so old? I mean, we're almost, you're 3.5 to 4, almost 5 years old in some cases. The other columns don't show, and I know you're getting some current stats. So why is the data so old there?
So it's because it's looking at that you have to have 2 full years. So our latest was January to December of 2015. And so it's that whole measurement. They look at a year cohort and then the following year.
All right, thank you.
And we pull all our data from UC Berkeley's website. They refresh their data every quarter. And then annually there's a big input. So there's a lot of data there. So the last one we're looking at is placement stability. And placement stability is a rate that basically tells us how likely is it that a child's going to experience a placement change. Anytime a child moves placement, it can add further trauma. And so our desire is to have as few placement changes as possible. The national goal is 4.12. We're at 5.2. Our current performance, pretty much the same. Although lately, our latest performance indicator has gone the wrong direction. It went up to 5.36. So we are delving into this particular performance indicator a little more deeply. We're not quite sure what's happening in that area. We do know that we are seeing some kids that are coming in with higher level needs, and these are the kids where their trauma is more pronounced. They are externalizing their behaviors, meaning they're acting it out. They can be aggressive. There may be substance abuse issues. And so we have care providers who give 7-day notices because they're just not equipped to deal with the behaviors. And so then we find a placement. They may fail out of that placement, and then we find another placement. But again, each placement change just adds further trauma to a child. There was an earlier item on your consent regarding a training and TA consultation with the Department of Social Services. They're bringing in a noted national expert on recruitment and retention of families, and we believe that if we can bring in the families, equip them, that will help with this placement stability piece. So I'm going to let Mr. Yarber talk about the probation outcome areas.
Great, thank you again, and good morning again. So let me make sure I click to the next slide. So I think it's right to ask questions as it relates to the data and sort of the progress, if you will, around these issues. I think, in doing my own research and trying to prep for this, one of the tasks, I think, for all the systems essentially locally is to ensure that we're transparent with how we're doing, but that we're also accountable to ourselves with regard to our plan. So really appreciate the fact that there are questions about this. Doesn't make it necessarily any easier as it relates to some of the data, as they're hard to understand, both for myself probably and for you, but also just in terms of just wanting to see that progress over time. So the first data element as it relates to probation outcomes is within regard to permanency. And that permanency definition, I think, is almost, if not the same as the one Michelle described. So it's for all the children who entered care in that 12-month period, what percent discharged to permanency? And we define permanency the same way. Either they were unified with their families, they were adopted, there's guardianship. I think there's also reference to extended home trials. But really the goal is to reunify them with their birth families, essentially, because that's where the most stable network or opportunity exists, if you will. So for permanency for probation, you see the desired direction is up there. We are going up ever so slightly. There are challenges with regards to permanency for probation youth. In this case, some of the things that staff pointed out to me are within regard to the types of care or treatment that someone may receive. So, for instance, our juvenile sex offender population, the length of those programs and treatment often extend well beyond a year, if not to 2 years, which makes it a challenge for permanency within 12 months. Additionally, the AB 12 extended foster care youth who are getting services after they've reached the age of majority also would then push them beyond that time period. And then just sort of looking at placement, I think in general, it's often a traumatic thing in and of itself to send a youth out of home to, some other caring adult to provide a service or provide a warm home, and youth often run. And so we're often in this point where we're trying to track them down, they go into warrant status, and it just really sort of extends that time period for us. So again, another challenge.
If you could pause, Mr. Cerna has a question.
Sure.
Thank you. And maybe I'm going to beat you to it here in terms of what appears to me a pretty gross distinction between even our performance level as it improves ever so slightly and the state performance measure, as well as the national standard or goal that's there. I always get very interested in any metric that's used to gauge almost anything that we do as a county or as an agency, when you have such a wide gap between a statewide measure and where we currently sit. I mean, even if you look at the next row down, looking at the least restrictive placement measurement, we're much closer on a percentage basis to the state. So what accounts, Marlon, for just the wide difference between our current performance measure as it relates to permanency in 12 months compared to the state and the national?
So this is a challenge, Supervisor, as stated. As it relates to sort of the national standard or goal, California, as I say, or my kids say it sometimes at home, this is our go-to move in many instances in sending many kids out of home. We've changed that quite a bit. I think today there are 85 youth from Sacramento County, as it relates to the probation department, placed out of home. Just, 7-8 years ago, that number was probably 3 times that, so we've made tremendous strides in that regard. There are still youth, however, who are placed out of home. And also, when we sort of dive deeper into those numbers, what we see, actually, there's even more of an increase as it relates to the rate, if you will, where you to apply a rate and looking at that population. So I referenced 85 youth out of home at this time. Looking at the number, I think at the point where the calculations were done, there were over 115 youth placed out of home. So we've actually increased beyond what our goals were. I think our goals were 5% over that period, and we've exceeded that quite a bit, but it does still remain a target for us.
If you were to have another column that had, the top 5 county surrogates, or the counties which kind of most closely represent the condition that we have here in Sacramento County, that being a county of approximately 1.5 million, a county that is very urbanized in the unincorporated area, say for instance Alameda County, which is oftentimes cited as a county for comparative purposes for a lot of different things. How do you think we'd look?
I think we're middle of the pack, if not near the top. There's one county, I believe, that may be doing something better than us, but they are doing something entirely different as it relates to their detention facility.
Which
I think
county?
San Bernardino County, if I'm not mistaken. My staff are nodding yes. But I think they treat their kids locally and they house them in juvenile hall, which is something we're also wrestling with as really sort of the best setting for our youth.
This is a format to inform the board and the public that will be ongoing, will it not?
I believe so.
So could we add that? Would it be that much work to add? We'd leave it up to you to figure out what those counties are, but I think that would be helpful.
I believe we have that information. You have it as well, comparison in terms of counties of like size.
Yeah, because we have 58 counties in the state, and when I see 24.7% as the state performance measure, I have to read into that could be all over the place, right. And you can, that's kind of an average, and so I'd rather understand the median, so to speak, when you got a fewer number of counties that are similar to Sacramento County.
Correct. I believe we can do that. Add that for the next report, if you will.
Thanks.
Before you start again, Mr. Antoli has a question.
Just in adding information, I think in light of sort of my question to Michelle, but and Marlon to you two, I think it would be helpful. Again, it may not be for the state reporting to their indicators, but this percentage then doesn't necessarily tell the full story, because I think when you look at reduction both in incarcerated youth, but certainly relative to the numbers, and certainly to the numbers of being served, those that would be in probation or juvenile justice system, I think it would be important, again, as much from CPS, but certainly for probation, to actually have an idea what those numbers were in those time frames. And so, because, a 14% of 100 is different than 14% of 1,000 as it relates to the numbers anyway. It's still a percentage, and so I guess I'd like to see if we could do that, because I think it tells a fuller story. People can draw their own conclusions. It certainly gives us the guidance for doing better or examining what we're doing to improve upon that. But I think that's important, because to your response to Supervisor Cerna's inquiry, I think those are numbers, at least for reporting to this board, and again, I'm hopeful to see this annually to our board in this fashion with a workshop, and to have some more information included. It may not be the reporting that we give to the state or to the national, but it tells the story here in Sacramento County, so this board and our community can judge for themselves about how well we're doing, not compared against state and or national average, but certainly for our community. So I think that would be important. So.
And let me just add, perhaps to that same point, in my notes here, and my staff would probably kick me if I don't mention it, as it relates to quarter 3 of year 2017, when we use that rate, we see actually an increased rate of 18.3%. So to your point, I think it's well taken to look at sort of more apples to apples with regards to that denominator.
Thanks.
Moving on to the least restrictive placement, and again, educating myself, this is where the initial placement out of home is a group home setting, as opposed to relatives or other foster families. This is, I think, also where waiver services and funds have been very beneficial to our department as we add supports to many of the families who are experiencing issues as it relates to our system. There are challenges here as well. You see, we really have barely, actually haven't moved in the right direction, but still maintaining the same rate, if you will, from the prior reporting period. There are several challenges here also in that many of the surrounding states, I'm told, do not recognize the probation departments as placing agencies, and so that eliminates essentially, us saying there's an aunt or uncle in the state next door who maybe is willing and ready to take the youth into their home, but we essentially cannot do that. Additionally, the family finding process is also very onerous. You may have those families who are ready and willing to do something, take on foster youth, but then when they're met with many of the requirements, it becomes a non-starter essentially. And so just a little bit of insight, you probably would expect the more typical background check, but that's really not all. So there's a complete application that has to be completed by those families. They have to attend an orientation. They've got to pass a health screening. Everyone has to have first aid and CPR. There's also a comprehensive psychosocial assessment of each adult member in the household. There's a home evaluation that has to be done, and then there's also training as it relates to all of those families. So again, you may get someone essentially to the door, and then they realize, oh, I've got to go through all this, and they may then sort of have second thoughts about completing the process. This is where, as Michelle referenced, the national expert Denise Goodman will be able to hopefully give us some additional insights and consultative services on how we can improve essentially our family finding and perhaps streamline, if there are ways to streamline that process of requirements for families. That's it. Turn it back.
Okay, so now I'm going to just give you a little bit more information about what we're going to do to try to move the needle in the right direction on all our measures. So the first is the child and family team meetings. Let me back up. So as we develop these strategies, these were developed in collaboration with our community partners. So after we did the county self-assessment, we said these are the areas we want to focus on, and then we established different work groups to focus on the 4 areas. So we've got community partners, Child Abuse Prevention Center, staff, all working together. They meet in their distinct groups. I think they've met 9 or 10 times over the year to really refine and develop an implementation plan for these strategies. So again, we're early on in implementation. But the first is the child and family team meetings, and this is also a requirement of continuum of care reform. And basically, the child and family team meeting brings the child and family together with the goal of including their input as to where they see their family strengths, where they see the challenges. We also share where we see the strengths and challenges. They can invite maybe if they're linked to mental health, they can bring their clinician, they can bring a pastor, a teacher, a child's coach, whoever it is that is willing to come forward and help support the family. And then we all work together to develop a comprehensive service plan. If probation is also involved with the child, they are at the child and family team meeting so that we can ensure that we communicate and coordinate services and care. So we started this process by doing a competitive bid process. We're contracting out to do child and family team meetings because the number that we're expecting to do each month is anywhere between 390 to about 480 is what we've projected. So we're contracting out for some of them, but we also have a staff of 5 to 8 who are focused on implementing prevention child and family team meetings. So we're using these as a way to reduce recurrence of maltreatment and reentry into foster care. The notion being before we close out a referral or a case, we have equipped the family, we've connected them to community supports, to natural supports, so that when they run into stressors, we all do, they have some supports to go to.
If you could pause there for a second.
Sure.
Supervisor Kennedy has a question.
So we recently on First Five got a report from Birth and Beyond showing how the services provided in Birth and Beyond are trending to decrease the amount of recidivism at CPS. Mm-hmm. Would that fit into part of this slide here?
So where we work with our Birth and Beyond programs is we connect them to the services as an aftercare plan if they have kids that are of that age group and they can benefit from those services. So what we would do is we invite their team members from whatever family resource center to be part of the child and family team meeting, again, if the family wants that. And that way when we close out, they've already connected with the family resource center staff member. So again, should they run into issues, there's other people to help support them so that we don't have to get involved again. Yeah, okay. So they're a part of the collaborative team.
Big collaborative, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So the second strategy we developed was intensive family finding. Again, this is something that we have found to be very successful with implementation of the 4E waiver. What we're looking at is trying to understand how can we use it even to a greater extent, but also look at how is it that we can strengthen the efforts that our social workers do up front to identify relatives and families. So we're still working on that piece of it. We have rededicated 3 social workers to emergency response that are focused specifically on relative engagement. So if we can identify a relative right up front, we do the emergency background process and get them placed with the relative while then they get approved to become a resource parent. And then the last is increased support for resource families. As you all know, we have a great need for resource parents in our community to come forward and provide a loving, caring home for kids in foster care, both in child welfare and in probation. And it's a huge ask. We ask them to love these kids like their own, to include them in the family, and then support them going back home after, oftentimes they've come quite connected. Our kids also have some challenges based on their experiences of abuse and neglect. And so we know that our resource parents need increased support. So what we're looking at here is respite care. We've already developed that part of it and offering our resource parents respite services. We're also already providing trauma-informed training for all our resource parents so they have a better understanding of kind of the reasons behind some of these kids' behaviors, but more importantly, giving them the tools to be able to respond appropriately. And then again, plan on really utilizing the expertise of Denise Goodman to help us with our local recruitment and retention strategies. So one last area of focus, and this is out of order, but this was not in the system improvement plan that you approved in February, but we were asked by the state to add an additional focus area. So it's currently with the state being reviewed. I simply wanted to present it here because it will be coming back before you, probably sometime in August. Once the state approves our strategy, then it'll come to you for final approval. So it's just a lasting part of it. But this is looking at maltreatment in foster care. So these are kids in foster care under our care and supervision who have been harmed.
Could you pause there for a moment, please?
Sure.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yes. So Michelle, when we talk in terms of maltreatment or victimization, so what are we talking about here? I mean, without getting into gross details, I mean, is this physical abuse? Is it sexual abuse? Is it emotional abuse? All of the above? Are the allegations that have to be founded? I guess I'm curious. What, when we say maltreatment and victimization, what is under those descriptors?
Yeah, great question. So maltreatment in foster care is any substantiated allegation of abuse or neglect, physical abuse, sexual abuse, severe neglect, and so forth. This indicator has changed over the years. Prior to 2015, the state only looked at maltreatment in foster care by a foster parent, by a caregiver. Now it is a child's in foster care and it's maltreatment by anyone. And so when we saw this go up, it alarmed us, and so we started doing a really deep dive into this. And one of the things that we've identified, so there are a myriad of factors, and we can come back and talk more deeply into it, but sure. There were some kids who were abused while they were on visitation with their families. But they're in foster care. Okay. One of the areas that has shifted for child welfare is that we are now charged with serving sexually exploited children. We implemented protocol in 2015. So September of 2015. So prior to 2015, if we got a referral that a young person, we think she's being prostituted, we would call law enforcement, cross-report to law enforcement. It's not a caregiver that's harming the child. We cross-report, they take care of it. Well, now it's our charge to go out and investigate. So we have kids in foster care who they run from placement and they get exploited. We substantiate abuse now because it's under us. So that's a substantiation. So we have seen that go up.
And it would fall into this category without further definition or explanation, because I think what you're offering then is the detail that's really important to have a fuller understanding of this.
Yeah, the full context.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, for example, in 2015, we had one youth that that was identified as being sexually exploited, that got victimized. That was a foster youth. The next year, it jumped up to 22 children with 28 different occurrences. So that impacted the data.
I think it's important for future reporting, and again, not to belabor today, but that the description that and I think why trends. Like, it doesn't excuse why things are going up, but it offers explanation. It may be different reporting regimes, but also the fact that we're taking in kids that that may have previously been a law enforcement referral. Now it's a social worker, maybe law enforcement as well. But I think it's really important to have that understanding. Otherwise, it's just like, so you've gone up 50% nearly, and number, and what does that mean? So, one last question around this. Then, does it, when they're in foster care, if there are peers in the home that then it may or may not be consensual, but still where there's situations that occur that is out, and if that's reported, whether it's of a criminal nature or not, does it then fall in this category as well?
Correct.
It does.
Yeah.
Okay. And have you seen an uptick in that relative to teenagers being in the setting?
Oh, no. Not specifically.
Okay, so it's more the sexually exploited.
Sexually exploited, but also we discovered data entry errors. Huge issue. If we were to correct just for our data entry, our rate would drop to 8.9%. Okay. Again, still high, but it would drop. So we're already focusing on that. We'll come back and provide you more.
Thanks.
So Marlon's going to talk about probation strategies.
I'll just go through these briefly. I don't necessarily need to read the slide to you, obviously. As it relates to improving policies and then training to the policy, those are two things that are really important for us. I referenced earlier youth running away from placement, absconding, being on the run for some time, and we're strategizing ways we can address that population. We're currently auditing all of the sites, all of the placement sites essentially that we send youth to. There's a staff person that makes a visit to them at regular intervals and reports back. We also have yearly program meetings with all the providers, talk about what our needs are. We host it. We talk about what our goals are. We share information with them, as well as amongst other counties as well. That next bullet there, identification of reunification issues through 6 and 9 months. We actually hope to move that up so that the goal is through 3 months, so that we can have those issues well in hand before we get to that point of the youth returning home. And then providing wraparound services as well as reentry services through our reentry programming. Next, as it relates to the least restrictive placement, we're implementing a family finding worksheet. Essentially, it takes a survey of the family, who's available, what they might provide, what their strengths are, who maybe is interested, and provides a good setting for a youth to return to. We talked about recruitment of resource families. I think it's been mentioned here a few times, hoping to get some help there. I didn't mention it previously, but we talked about sort of the barriers and challenges, and I mentioned sort of getting those families to the front door and then that onerous process. Well, there's also that connotation of a probation youth. This youth has maybe done something in the community, maybe victimized someone, maybe severely, and that in and of itself can become a game changer and really can change someone's receptivity to taking on our youth. And then lastly there, the utilization of foster family agencies. So the FIPPERS money, I believe, the foster parent recruitment, retention, and support funding helps us in this area, as it provides, I think, one staff person for probation, but it also supports a couple contracts with agencies that are skilled at helping us find families. And that funding, I think, as you may be aware, I believe is going away or going to be cut in half, and so we're going to have to make some hard decisions around how we continue to do this work, continue to knock down essentially that number of youth who are not at home placement, and still maintain the goals that we've stated here today.
So just to wrap up, our next steps are to submit our annual progress report. It's due every May. We're going to add the strategy to address the maltreatment in foster care, get approval on that, and then it'll be coming back before this board. So any questions?
Any further questions? Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So I have been having some regular conversations with our executive staff, including our chief of probation, about the prospect of very deliberately considering how this county may begin to kind of coalesce an effort around adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, which I think many of you understand is kind of an evolving paradigm to address the needs of families and children across a whole spectrum of agencies and continuums of care. So I guess the overarching question I have is, do you both see the prospect of ACEs as it might evolve here in Sacramento County to be kind of a touchstone for child protective services, probation, even human assistance? Do you see that as a way that might be an additional tool to help us achieve the metrics that we hope we attain?
Yeah, I'll jump in from the child welfare side, absolutely. And we do have staff that attend the Resilient Sacramento meetings and bring back information. I think it can absolutely inform our improvement efforts.
And I'll just add, I think it helps to knock down that denominator as well. If we're paying attention to ACEs up front and looking at how we can support families before a placement decision is made, I think it will absolutely be beneficial.
And for those that don't know what the acronym ACEs is, it's Adverse Childhood Experiences. It incorporates it is intended to mean that there's an application of a survey instrument, a very specific one that has a lot of research and proof behind it in terms of its ability to be somewhat of a predictor of different types of adverse circumstance for both children and young adults. The survey instrument is typically 10 questions. It could have more questions, but you're looking at things like how many times a child has been exposed to violence in the home, how many times a child has been exposed to drug use in the home, how much has been witnessed by a child in terms of domestic violence, those types of things. And there's a whole school of research on it, and I've certainly taken the time to just dabble just a little bit and educate myself, and there's a lot more certainly for this supervisor to learn about it. But so far, from what I've seen, and I've attended a few workshops on the subject, it looks very promising as a very, very helpful tool that I can see really informing the kind of work that we're being asked to review today in terms of the ongoing metrics. Thank you.
Any further questions?
I would just, Madam Chair, just I guess move the staff recommendation. On
it's
this.
A receive and file.
Okay, and then we can come back, I guess, at a future date. So.
Thank you very much for your report. Thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Item 57 is the review repurposing concept for Sacramento County Boys Ranch and approve lease negotiations with Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive Incorporated.
Good morning. I'm Mike Morris with the Department of General Services. And this morning I'm requesting the board's approval to enter into negotiations with Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive, Inc., a California 501c3 nonprofit public corporation, to discuss the terms of a potential lease for a portion of the Sacramento County Boys Ranch. As you all know, we've made several attempts to repurpose the Boys Ranch over the years, but without success. Requests for proposals attracted organizations that local neighbors and communities opposed so near their homes, and other proposals that didn't work out due to high startup costs, and the submitters opted out of the discussions. Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive is seeking a minimum 5-year lease to repurpose a portion of the Boys Ranch. Their mission is to provide behavioral and rehabilitative programs, foster care, and rescue support for shelter dogs in the Sacramento area to improve and sustain a high live release rate. Initially, SSPA would house 65 dogs on site, but their 4-year goal will be to have up to 150 kennels. The site will include multiple outdoor play yards, buildings to house dogs, an adoption center, business offices, and a behavioral training room. Funding will depend on fundraisers, scholarships, grants, private donations, and SSPA is also requesting annual funding support from the Sacramento County Animal Care and Regulation. The unique mission of the SSPA seems to accommodate the neighbors' preferences. On April 5th, as I've done on previous negotiations, I sent letters to the local communities and landowners describing the mission. I received one response back from the Cordova Hills LLC, which was a very positive response for the SSPA initiative. And just within the last week, we received requests from the Cosumnes CPAC asking to schedule an initiative, schedule this initiative on a future CPAC agenda for discussion. So I worked with our planning staff, and we were able to get scheduled to meet with the CPAC tomorrow night, and I'll be sure to report back to the board on the results of those discussions. So considering the distinctive and positive venture the SSPA is offering, staff recommends the board approval to proceed with discussions with the SSPA regarding a potential lease agreement. At this time, I would like to introduce Delise Ganaway. She's the Executive Director of SSPA, and she can answer any questions you may have about the program. Delise?
Does anyone have any questions at this point?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question for me?
Thanks, Mike.
Hi, thank you for the consideration to bring life back to the Boys Ranch with Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive. Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, I'm Delise Ganaway.
Thank you.
Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive, it was originated after and it's modeled after Austin Pets Alive in Austin, Texas, which is a program that supports the Austin Animal Shelter and has brought their live release rate up to 98% through the behavioral and rehabilitation work that they do out at Austin Pets Alive. Currently, Sacramento County Animal Shelter has been at a 90%, and we've held that strong for the last several months. One of the reasons that we've been able to do that, I'm sure you've been aware that we've been stagnant in the 80s for some time. Due to a robust foster program, we've been able to get it up to the high 80s, and recently to the 90%. And I think that we can attribute that to a behavioral program that's been working out there for some time with PB-SOC. They're responsible for the play groups, and they do quite a bit of work with the shelter dogs who are struggling. So we have quite a few rehab dogs that are being worked by these group of individuals. And in order to bring our live release rate up from the 90%, we are going to need more space. The shelter can't accommodate the numbers that we have right now when we're in the 180s. We need time and we need space, and that's what the Boys Ranch is going to allow us to be able to do with the Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ancelli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I want to thank Mike Morris, certainly Delise. I know we have Dave Dickinson here, our Animal Care Regulation Director, and I want to thank Dave Villanueva and Rob Leonard for their assistance as well. We've been talking about this for a number of months, and I think to the point Delise made that working in concert with certainly with shelter staff, but with our volunteers and with the Sacramento Shelter Pets Alive, which has been preceded by the PB-SOC organization, we hope to sustain the 90%, but to do better than that. And part of that is to have some ability over a longer bit of time to work with the rehab and socialization of a number of the shelter dogs in particular. And I think the Boys Ranch, again, as this board's aware, and certainly Mike covered in his report, has had several different proposals. Some have been very controversial. Others have, because of other things that intervened, have not really grabbed hold. But I think the opportunity here, working with this organization, certainly they have a number of folks in the audience, I think, today that are part of the effort. The ability to repurpose at least a portion within the confines of the original facilities there to do something that will help our shelter and certainly animals and certainly the people of this county by, I think, having sustainable efforts to not only help the animals but help get permanent placement for them over time. And I want to, again, certainly thank Delise, thank Mike, thank Dave and folks for the interest, and I think what brings us here today. And as Mr. Morris explained, with a very quick accommodation, tomorrow night at the CPAC, we'll have a presentation to them and continue the outreach. But I think it has the prospects to be very promising. And I would just also note that in a few weeks, in early June, several of us are going to go visit Austin Pets Alive and the Austin public facility to talk with their folks to get further information about how they coordinate and collaborate to not only have the sustained live release rate, but to have good outcomes for animals. And I think this is a real positive. And I know that the Boys Ranch has been dormant for some years, and certainly has been maintained in a state that would allow for some accommodation such as this. And so I just think it has a lot of promise. And I want to I know again we obviously got to go through the negotiation process, but there's detail to be worked out yet. But I think this could be something very good for Sacramento County, for our shelter pets and animals, but also I think for the entire region. So I want to just encourage our folks to continue to work together. And I don't know if you have other testimony, but I'm certainly willing to move the staff recommendation when we're concluded with the hearing.
We have a couple of speakers who signed up. You may be seated.
Okay, thank you.
Linda Bischoff, then Jennifer Garcia, and Lisa Blackketter. We do have a 3-minute limit.
Okay, I'm Linda Bischoff. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I just wanted to let you know I've been with the program about 2 years, and I've truly seen miracles happen there. You'll have animals brought in that are labeled aggressive or, unable to train, etc. And with this program, within a very short period of time, you would see a dog out there in a play group being a dog and being able to go home. It's amazing work, it's cutting edge, and I believe it's only going to get better with this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Garcia.
Hello, thank you.
Morning, Jennifer.
I just wanted to say that I'm Jennifer Garcia, and I'm a volunteer at the Sac County Shelter. I've volunteered at a few shelters around Sacramento, and this is the first one that I've seen a program like this. It's amazing, and I've seen firsthand the positive impact and the countless lives saved because of the PB SOC program at the Sac County Shelter. It only makes sense that we support something this great. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Blackketter.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm a volunteer for PB SOC. I've been with PB SOC since before its inception with Sacramento County, and I've had a really unique opportunity to grow as an individual, but also to see the program evolve. And I think that, like Jennifer, I have had experiences volunteering in other places. And the dogs that come through this program excel in the program. They are coming in, they're timid, it's a scared environment. They can go into these play groups. Unlike any other shelter around the area has play groups at this evolved level. To kind of dial back, years ago when we first started, our idea of allowing dogs to interact and to play was to do parallel walks where they walked side by side. And I'm not sure if you've seen some of the news video footage of what we have now, but the capacity is so much greater. It's very evolved, and we continue to be progressive because of a leader like Delise Ganaway. I think that we've all seen, sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
Don't be nervous. Everybody's looking at you from behind, but you're
shake
all right.
it off. We've all seen the news advertisements lately for how full the shelter is. And I think that we've also seen the advertisements that Sacramento County is really taking animal cruelty seriously. And not being involved in the intricacies of that plan, at a surface level, it seems that they've missed quite a lot of steps as far as making sure that the management plan for those animals is available at a behavioral capacity within the shelter. It's very difficult to find fosters for those types of animals, and they end up sitting in those kennels for 24 hours a day for months at a time. And a program like this would allow them to be worked on a more deep level that would really facilitate and take on the needs that they have during that time. So I think it's really important for animals that are fitting into a very gray area at this time. So for that reason, I hope that you guys will consider this, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. Is there? Okay. All right, back to the board then. Is there a motion?
Yes. Madam Chair, I would move that we approve the staff recommendation, and I guess we'll the authority to negotiate. I would just, one final comment if I could, making a motion that I think this certainly would allow that campus to potentially evolve in a way out there that it would sustain a high live release rate, but I think really be a model for, as I said, for this region, and hopefully rival Austin someday in what we do. And we're often compared, when we do things here. So, Mike, I guess, is there anything else you need? I'm going to move the staff recommendation. Is there anything you want to supplement with?
No, sir, I have nothing further.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Next item, please.
Item 58, authorization to reduce project scope for the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center, Senate Bill 1022 project.
Chair Peters, members of the board. Today we are seeking the board's review and approval to reduce the scope of the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center Senate Bill 1022 project and authorize the Director of General Services or designee to act as a signatory authority for all SB 1022 program documents, including any necessary non-monetary changes, modifications, or amendments. Since the approval of the original staffing plan and operating cost statement and the life cycle cost analysis in July 2017, General Services and our contract consultants have had to update the construction cost estimates several times and found that trends in the construction industry have dramatically altered the bidding environment, both locally and across the country. The impact of these trends have resulted in a steady and continuing increase in the cost of construction. Today, in order to absorb a potential $13 million increase in costs, the Sheriff's Department, General Services, and the project consultant team investigated a number of options for scope reductions to offset the budget overages, yet not affect the new program spaces that were the basis of the original scope and intent of the SB 1022 funding program. Through these scope reduction exercises, the most logical deletion was the food service facility. Deleting this one portion of the project can bring the project within budget and allow the new program portions of the project scope to be constructed as originally intended. This includes replacement of outdated medical beds, new mental health beds, enhanced rehabilitative services, a replacement laundry, and a new intake transfer unit, all vital programs and facilities necessary to meet the volume of intake and transfers that the RCCC now experiences. Project construction is still hoped to start in November of 2018 with an estimated move-in date in November of 2020. With that brief introduction, I do have staff from the Sheriff and General Services here to answer any questions you may have.
Before you leave, Mr. Natoli has a question.
Yeah, I do have a couple questions, Mike, and again, you may have to hand these off, but in preparing for today's hearings, I went back and reviewed the material from July 25th of last year when we heard this, and certainly accepting the explanation about increasing costs. I get that. In fact, if I average that out over the past 10 months, then it's basically $1.3 million a month in projected increases. But I guess the challenge that I'm going to put up to the folks that have yet to present today is that when we sat in these chambers 10 months ago, we had a presentation that went through the various elements, including what you just described. Obviously, the mental health beds, improvements to the central plant, and other facilities out there, including the area for the folks that come visit the visitor center and parking and so forth. But in reviewing the tapes, the tape of the meeting, some of the language that was used relative to the facility for food preparation is that it was literally falling apart. That ceiling tiles were falling, the pipes, mildew was the language that was used. And there was this whole new concept of the cook-chill model that we were going to go to. It included improvements that I know Jeff Gasaway's in the audience, but he responded to some of the improvements that were being held off on downtown that would accommodate having food on hand that would be prepared days in advance, and quite a bit of discussion about the staffing. But what really got my attention, and I guess the question that I think needs to be answered, and I don't know whether folks are prepared to answer today or not, at the conclusion of the hearing, and including charts that were there, that it said it was going to, if we didn't include the kitchen facility as a part of that, we had $2 million that had to be expended fairly immediately, that's my word, but in order to do the Band-Aid, and that those costs might actually be based upon a meeting that occurred just prior to the July 25th, 2017 meeting, that those might be escalated to $12 million just to Band-Aid and to keep the facility operational. And then the comment in another breath was, if we didn't do it with this grant, we were going to have to use county general funds. Now, I don't know if that reference was to fixed asset monies or not, but I guess I need to know, because the analysis that was here, Mike, does not give us any background. I get cost escalation, and I was one who obviously had questions, and I questioned some of the folks that are here today about that relative staffing, to electrical costs, to life cycle costs. But I'm telling you, folks stood at that podium and made this strong case for why we had to replace the kitchen facilities. I need to know how then it became the highest priority for being cut. And that's my question, and that's my statement. And so, whoever wants to field it, come on up.
And I'm sure there'll be...
Yeah, they're all leaping up.
Don't be shy. And I think it really came down to is recognizing that there would have to be Band-Aids on that facilities. It really came down to we had to spare the core programs, and on balance something had to be cut if we were going to proceed, and this was the least of the evils, if you will. But Jeff, you might be able to add.
But I don't know that Jeff got sick. Jeff wasn't one who was making the case. So just you jumped up to answer the question. But
yeah.
So the urgency, though, was projected 10 months ago, and that we were going to have to spend $2 million right away. How's that rolled into this consideration? And then there was this number of $12 million that was thrown out as well. Now, I don't know what's changed, and if we're going to continue to use baling wire and bubble gum to keep this together out there, but I can tell you there was a lot of emphasis on this piece of it, recognizing the lesser of the evils. And so, again, Jeff, I don't expect you to, but so what's going to happen? We cut this out. We haven't budgeted for any of those improvements out there that I'm aware of, and if that's been a change, I guess that's what I need to know. It's gotten a year older.
Jeff Gasso, General Services. To answer your question, Supervisor Natoli, we are going to have to make some significant investments in both the downtown main jail kitchen and the RCCC kitchen to be able to provide services. We currently, in next year's CIP, have a couple different projects that will start that process. We have some in this fiscal year, replacing the dishwasher down here in the main jail, refrigeration systems in both kitchens in the future. The reduction through discussions with the group is to keep programs moving forward. It's also to get a new laundry and laundry equipment. Over the last couple of years, we've had several fires in the current laundry. So that's going to bring us new technology and hopefully reduce some of our expense in water, electricity, and in the laundry. It gives us much newer equipment to keep up with the load there. So. And just to kind of let you know, since May of 2014, when we started this project, the construction costs have increased 33% due to the economy, natural disasters that have happened in California, and we're really having a hard time finding contractors to bid on a lot of our projects. So that plays into it as well. So.
But Jeff, I guess, again, it wasn't you making a presentation. Dave Torgerson, who's now retired on behalf of the Sheriff's Department, made most of the presentation. You answered some of the questions regarding electrical costs. Again, I'm going to emphasize what was said to this board, and recognizing we didn't know where we were going to be relative to costs, and so I accept that piece of it. But there was this whole emphasis about this cook-chill model that we were going to gravitate to, and that was going to necessarily didn't have savings in staffing, because we talked about that. But I mean, they said the kitchen was falling apart. It wasn't refrigeration. It was, that was what was said. And there was a $2 million price tag, and it wasn't your chart that was up there. The Sheriff's Department put up there. We're getting $2 million now. And it might be $12 million. And again, that was kind of left on the open-ended of it. If that's the case, so how is a parking lot or central control station, I get why those things are important from staffing and so forth into the operations of RCCC, but how do those, again, I have no idea what the analysis, we got a 3-page staff report of what it went through that said, with escalating costs, that have gone up $1.3 million a month over what we saw a year ago, how those things continue to rank as a higher priority than the kitchen that was falling apart that's 20 years old, and you're feeding 400 inmates at a time. I mean, there was this whole descriptor. Again, you folks didn't make the presentation that are here today, it was others, but again, I guess I just need, from the purposes of today, I'm not prepared to support this until I have more information, and I don't expect you on the fly, Jeff, to have to respond to this. But, you made the case. I'm a believer, so somebody needs to persuade me otherwise.
The question I was asking was, what latitude do we have in continuing this item? And Jeff is saying that we have a schedule that we got to follow, and I think he can answer it. Jeff?
Yeah, we need the board, our board, to pass this item in order to make is it the June 1st agenda? June 7th agenda for the Public Works Board to get the plans and specs approved so we can move forward, or for them to hear the scope reduction. To answer your question, I don't know that it's going to be $12 million for the RCCC kitchen to keep it going, the current kitchen. But either way, with the cook-chill kitchen or not doing the cook-chill kitchen, we're going to need to make a significant investment in the downtown jail for retherm with the cook-chill kitchen, reducing the scope. I think we can use that money, that future money that we would have had to do that, to reinvest in both kitchens and keep them working. I've got the commander for the main RCCC to answer any other questions.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hello, board. I'm Matt Peterson. I'm the captain at RCCC. I sense your frustration. I'm also somewhat frustrated. I was involved with the initial application award of this funding. The reality is we still need improvements to our kitchen at RCCC. We examined the whole thing. It was a collaborative effort, as said. The scope, the purpose for the award was really geared towards the service and reentry services and those types of
mental
services.
Health, the health,
and mental health, and truly, we have to maintain that. This increase in cost that we were given, it was so substantial that we had to select the food service area in order to make that savings. It was we looked at trying to look at smaller pieces, and there just wasn't enough savings by cutting out different things at the priority level.
So, Matt, if I could, just to follow on, again, we didn't have any of that analysis included as part of our staff report. So again, not that, that obviously Architectural Services, Sheriff's Department, and our consultants are going to do that. But again, I bring it back to, when the point was made here about this, we have escalating costs, and nobody's told me, and Jeff had mentioned at the hearing last year that you're going to need to do some things with refrigeration downtown. That was a $500,000 price tag, if I recall from the conversation that on the transcript or tape. But I don't have a clue where this range of $2 to $12 million is going to come from, and yet the point was made that was kind of falling down around people's ears, and so, are we using county general funds? Is it fixed asset? That was the point that was made. That was actually said at the podium. Again, it wasn't you, Matt, and it wasn't Jeff that said that. But and when I think about architectural, at that point we spent $7.5 million just on the architectural piece of this. I don't know what we've accumulated now. 10 months later, what have we spent? $10 million. I mean, we've spent a lot of money on this, and we haven't, turned a bit of ground on this yet.
Chris, do you have the number on what we spent so far?
So where's the funding going to come through? So where, you said some savings, where is the funding come through to keep that facility, and what's going to say that a year from now somebody's not going to say that things are just terribly bad, because it doesn't get any better. You keep it going. It was 20 years old there, and it's 21 years old this year. What is? I don't see the solution for the kitchen facilities at this point in time.
I think the solution will be programming those pieces of equipment and infrastructure that are failing into our 5-year capital improvement plan going forward, and those dollars would come from the capital construction fund at that point.
Yeah, have you?
I think the question is, what I'm getting is that if we do this over a period of time, are we still at $13 million?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to put it in the capital construction fund, how much will it cost?
I can't answer that question at this point in time.
If we put this over till 2 o'clock, could you answer that question?
I think, for RCCC, you're looking at anywhere between $3 to $5 million over a period of probably the next 7 years. Downtown, we're in a lot better shape downtown because we've done some significant improvements in boilers, and we're replacing the dishwasher this year. So I think, downtown probably over the next 7 years, you may be looking at $2 to $3 million.
Plus the $5 million
at RCCC. So you're talking $8 million over probably 7 years.
Mr. County Executive, do you have a comment?
No, I think the question that Supervisor Natoli is asking is that we got to do something with the kitchen. That's what we were told back in July of 17. And as we go forward, what Jeff's illustrating is that it's going to come out of the capital construction fund. That means some other project we're going to have to delay or not do that project. That will be priority number one for us, is if that's where we end up. Second question Supervisor Natoli asked is, are we going to use general fund money? And we do not have that kind of resource. We just do not. So it's going to have to come back to the capital construction and the CIP discussion to see what projects then are delayed or deleted from it.
So other things get pushed back. I mean, that's the way, again, we, just completed a re-roof over there, which was, expensive, and in the main jail, and we, so other departments that have lesser means end up getting pushed back.
That is correct. That's the trade-off. And one other thing, I don't know if we could do it. I mean, we could pursue grants. We'll continue looking for other revenue source, but most likely I do not want to mislead the board. It will be out of the capital construction fund, realizing that general fund's not going to be put into this mix.
I guess I just wonder if you, remodeling versus new construction, and sometimes remodeling ends up becoming an annual affair, even though there's a plan, and it just never quite catches up to it. I mean, I don't want to get in the position of authorizing a $13 million over the budget expenditure, but I don't really have enough information from General Services to make an informed decision about this. I don't know how I can get that.
Let's continue till 2. Let us have some more discussion, and particularly what I'm interested in is the deadline is June 7th. We are going to have some budget. We're in session prior to that. I'm not necessarily saying this should be part of the budget discussion, but a separate item after we get done with the budget to have this discussion.
That might be helpful, and I think we ought to see a list of items that are going to be constructed at our CCC and see if we think there's a better cut. If you
understood, yeah. So let us try to.
I guess I'd rather put a parking lot in 1 year at a time than a kitchen that should last. The last ones last 50 years or something.
Madam Chair.
Oh.
I'd like to add to that, if you're coming back at 2 o'clock, that I'm hearing you state clearly that the general fund is not what we're talking about. So the universe of potential funding does not include the general fund just because there's nothing there to really consider. So that gives me a little bit of comfort. However, when we come back at 2, if that's indeed what we're going to do, I would like to understand what is the universe of near-term capital projects that, if you're asking us to prioritize and make difficult decisions in the universe of capital projects, what are some of those other capital projects outside of the jail
that
would be affected by this decision? I think that's fair.
Yep. That's
now, are you saying you want to come back at 2 to talk about that, or put it off till June 7th?
Can we go till June 7th? That's your deadline, right?
Yeah, we can go until June 7th.
When we go, we'll do budget on Tuesday, and then Wednesday after we get done with budget, we'll bring this item, we'll put this on the agenda and discuss it at that point with all full analysis about capital projects, what do we need to do. And you will hear a lot about capital projects when we go into the budget anyway. That'll frame this issue a little bit better for you.
And that's fine with me. I think that's fine with all of us, but get some more information. Okay, so we will, I need a motion to continue.
So moved.
June 7th. Do we need a time since it's budget?
It'll be.
We can do.
We're just going to continue to that date. We'll figure the time out on the budget.
All right, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Before we recess, we have one off-agenda speaker, Cynthia K. Sperling. Are you here? We have a 3-minute limit, Ms. Sperling.
Thank you. Okay, I'm here to talk to you about the growing number of seniors that are homeless. There are not programs that are designed to help seniors. Seniors are finding themselves without any sort of housing. It takes 1 to 9 years to get in subsidized housing. I've been homeless since February 1st. I've been to the I've been here, but I've also been to the city and talked to them about it. You have 2 programs, Sacramento Step Forward, which does nothing to help seniors find housing. All they do is stuff them in small rooms in large groups, no option to cook, no option to take out. They don't help at all. They don't help you look for an apartment. They put me in touch with Volunteers of America, who put me in Winter Sanctuary. I got pneumonia. I ended up in the hospital because it was so ill-equipped to handle seniors. I've also been in touch with Shira. SHARE is a wait program. I've been in touch with them since January. I have just recently received an application, 22 pages long. It cost me $200 to get all the forms necessary to turn into them. I received that, got it back to them. They should have received it on the 15th. On the 19th, I received another application emailed. They keep saying they're going to send something. They mail me absolutely nothing. Sacramento County needs to do something for seniors, or you're going to have more like me out there. We need someplace we can go to which is going to provide us with someplace to live. Subsidized housing is too slim. There's too few people. Legal aid tells you essentially to shut up and sit down. Fair housing essentially tells you to shut up and sit down. Human resource informs you, unless you have dependent children, they don't want to help you. So something needs to be done to help seniors that are now finding themselves on the street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to put her in touch with someone?
Yeah, I'm going to get her contact information.
Okay, so Ms. Sperling, if you could not leave just yet, and the county executive will get contact information.
You got that, I'll get
for
you
you.
information.
It's on my slip that I turned in.
Oh, it is? Okay, perfect, I got it then.
Well, there's no telephone, though, so.
Yeah.
Let's, any further discussion here? Okay, we will recess and be back at 2 o'clock.
Closed session.
Closed session, yeah, sorry. 2018 afternoon session for the Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Supervisors Frost? Here. Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Item 59, you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. Proceed with necessary actions to comply with legal requirements to enact proposed monthly rate increases for the Sacramento County Water Agency.
Good afternoon. Michael Peterson, Department of Water Resources. I do have a PowerPoint. Bring that up. Thank you. Today we're seeking direction to proceed with actions necessary to comply with the legal requirements for a 2-year rate increase for the Water Agency Zone 41. What we're proposing is a 2-year rate increase, approximately $3.22 per month increase for the first year, and $1.99 per month increase for the second year. These are showing a typical metered residential rate. There's a whole schedule of rates which would increase commensurately. What this is proposing to do is get about a 5.5% revenue increase in each of these 2 years. In addition, we are also proposing to add a new commercial landscape irrigation rate to our service schedule. This would be a rate specifically for metered connections that serve only landscape irrigation, whether it be landscaping that's part of a commercial site that's on a separate meter, or a site that is solely landscape or turf. It would also include any roadside areas that are served only serving a landscaped area. The proposed rate for the landscape irrigation would be $1.30 per CCF. A CCF is 100 cubic feet, so an increase of $1.30 per CCF in the first year, and a $1.37 increase per CCF in the second year. Currently, irrigation connections are charged a commercial rate, which is lower, but it is the highest rate that we have in our current ordinance, which we can use to charge. Briefly, here's an overview of our service area. The map showing the golden coloring, that's our Zone 41 service area. There's a large area that runs from Rancho Cordova to Elk Grove. That's our primary service area for Zone 41. There are a number of satellite areas, as you can see, Metro Air Park, Northgate, and all the way down to Hood and Walnut Grove. Those are separate areas. They're on different systems, but they are part of the Zone 41 collective service area, and they are charged the same rate. The Zone 40 is also shown as a separate service area that's used to fund capital debt on the Vineyard and Freeport projects that the agency incurred. The Zone 40 charge is a separate charge. It's not part of this proposed rate increase. It is not proposed to change. You'll see the red boundary that reflects the Zone 40 portion of the Zone 40 service area, and as you can see, it overlies the majority of the Zone 41. So those folks pay both charges. Again, we're only speaking to the area that's, all the areas that are in gold. We're only talking about increase for the Zone 41 rate. From a prior presentation in April 2017, there were a number of questions that were expressed that I'll hopefully be able to answer through this presentation in regards to the water agency Zone 41 water purveyor entity. What makes us different? How is our revenue spent? What factors drive our expenses? How do we calculate rates? Is there another model that's more appropriate? When will rate increases stop? Could we use automation to decrease costs? How do we compare with other purveyors? And what are the ramifications if we don't move ahead with a rate increase? And those are fairly typical questions that we get anytime we're proposing a rate increase. Just off the top, and we've shared this before, what's unique about the water agency is that we did incur some debt early on. We built the Freeport and Vineyard facilities. Those are some large surface water facilities that we're really looking ahead. Those were visionary facilities. They do serve existing customers, but the bulk of their capacity is actually dedicated for the future. However, that did put a demand or a debt burden on the agency via Zone 40, but it is one aspect that is unique because even though those facilities are not fully operating their full capacity, there's still a base level of maintenance that goes along with them, regardless of how frequently or how often they're being operated. The other unique thing with Zone 41 is the majority of our system is a conjunctive use system, which means that we depend on and utilize surface water and groundwater, depending on which one is prevalent in any given year. So our system is, in fact, it's two systems that are interlaced. So we have groundwater facilities where we pump and treat groundwater, but if surface water is in abundance, then we utilize the Freeport intake and our Vineyard surface water plant, and we can deliver surface water that way. So these systems they're not completely standalone. They are intertwined, but there are some additional facilities because we are basically utilizing two different sources of water depending on what year it is. So that, along with that, requires having different types of facilities. We do have high debt per connection. We're about $6,000 per connection in terms of the debt load. That's for the Zone 40 customer base. We have a number of remote service areas, as I showed on the map earlier, which since they're not adjacent to our main service area, there's an incremental increase in cost to service those areas. The systems are standalone. They don't have as much latitude in terms of operational changes that we can adjust the system to keep capacity and keep pressures up. And just the remote nature of the sites, it takes longer for a crew to get there if there's an issue that they need to address. And then I just mentioned this. We've got a fluoridated system that was adopted and approved a number of years ago. It was mandated, actually, and that will just continue to be a part of our infrastructure for the 15, 20 years is the requirement, because we did utilize grant funds to construct those facilities.
Okay. If you'll pause for a moment.
Sure.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just on that, the last piece of that, on the fluoridated system, we received some capital funding from First Five, and we also and hopefully somebody tracks this because I don't see it in the data, but at the time that we took that on, we actually built into the rate structure for rate increases in prior years. I don't know how much anticipated relative to maintenance of that system, but there was a sizable piece of at least one of those years when raised. So is that all tracked internally, Michael, as it relates to we did? Because when it's mentioned now, it's talks about the difference, but it also the cost associated with that. But in previous hearings before this board, going back, some 8-10 years ago, in discussions, and obviously more recently with some of the conversations we had, we actually factored in a segment of that overall rate in Zone 41, I trust, that was there for fluoridation and should be, but I don't know how you internally allocate that or not, or track that, but my question is, do you?
There's not an incremental portion of the revenue that we account for separately for fluoride. In the prior rate increase that we had, we did identify that the cost associated with fluoride is equivalent to a certain percentage of that rate increase. So that becomes embedded in our cost. We do track fluoride maintenance costs. So we have the equipment and the manpower, the coding to track what those costs are. This isn't adding additional costs for the fluoride, but it is something that we do track.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that it's embedded in the cost, but it's also embedded in the rate that was approved at a certain time that doesn't go away.
Right, that's correct.
And I know there's a blended of funding, but I guess I would just say I think it's important to track that because that was a called out component at the time. Obviously, this board is the water agency board, could say that, just blend it all. We raise rates then. It doesn't. I think it does matter because there may come a time when that becomes a part of a bigger part of discussion as that ages in place, and those systems need to be addressed either for a continuation and or replacement. I just would hate to see it get lost because it was, it was clearly an element, and again, you recall obviously, and others do as well. But I just think it's important to not only from the cost side of it, but from the revenue side of it. And again, it's not called out separately on the bill, but it certainly was. Memorialized in staff reports and in board action that was taken at the time to ultimately raise those rates after the 218 process. So,
to answer your question, I think you're right. It's not on the bill, but in our documentation, we do know the amount of revenue that came in, and
it continues to come in.
Correct.
Behind that, and so again, I think it's important. Again, whether it's the current cast of players here or others, just to know going forward that there was an accounting for that at a previous juncture, and that it continues to be a part of the overall base rates in our calculation. So
yes.
All right. Thanks. Thank you.
This graphic was, I'll just touch on this. This was an attempt to show the varying satellite service areas that we have along with our primary service area. The color renderings are difficult to see on the screen. But on the left-hand side, what we are indicating is just as a matter of their distance, the time spent per service connection for maintenance. The further out you have an area that requires maintenance from our main service area in the south part of the county, there's more time and there's more cost associated with that. It's just to give a sense that while everybody is charged the same Zone 41 rate, the further out you go, there's more window time, there's drive time. So the response to that, to those service areas, will tend to can be higher depending on what the nature of the issue is. This graphic is an attempt just to show how expenses and revenues vary with water use, and the key thing is that 64% of our revenue comes from the units of water sold. So that's what's read on the meter, and that's just holistically through our entire service area. It's going to vary with any particular household or account, but overall, that's about 64% of our revenue is a source from the variable charge, or what's charged on the meter. Our expenses, however, don't vary similarly. Only about 13% of our expenses related to power, water, and chemicals vary directly with how much water is sold. Fixed costs such as capital projects those aren't tied to how much water is used. Those are more of an effect of the age and overall performance of the system. And then there is a significant portion of our cost that is fairly well fixed in terms of whether we are operating at full capacity, delivering the most water we ever delivered, or we're in a drought. There's a certain level of maintenance and staffing required to operate this system. We have a system in place that has to be there, it has to be functional, regardless of how much water is delivered through that system. One of the things I want to touch on here is just to give a sense of what occurred during the past 5 years during the drought. And actually, we were on the cusp of a rate increase at that time. It was approved, but mandated conservation by the state took us ultimately to 32% mandated reduction in water use for our customers. So what that resulted in was unrealized revenue of $10 million over 4 years. And that's real revenue that, had we not been pushed into that conservation mandate, we would have seen. So not only in that first year in 14-15, where we had anticipated revenues of about $30 million as compared to $28 million in the prior year, we actually went down to $26 million. So that was not even realizing any additional revenue. That was an additional loss of $2 million from one year to the next. And then we saw that again between 14-15 and 15-16. And then 16-17, 17-18, what we've seen is the residual impacts of the mandated conservation. Though the mandates have gone away, except for some permanent regulations, but we don't have the mandated 32% or conservation. Water use trends, customer use trends have shifted, so we're now at sustaining at a 20-21% conservation level. So that resets the baseline usage, and that resets the baseline that we have to factor into our ongoing funding needs moving forward. The last two bars on this graph indicate what we would anticipate with the proposed rate increases as far as revenue for the 18-19 and for fiscal year 19-20, $29.5 million and about $31.5 million. There's a number of factors that are considered in that in terms of what are chemical costs, what will our growth of new accounts being added to the system be, labor costs, power costs. There's a number of considerations and uncertainties that are built into that, but that's basically what we're projecting for revenues. I touched on this earlier with the bar graph. This is again operation maintenance costs, what goes into that, and the rehabilitation projects being a significant part of what we're trying to fund, in particular over the next 5 years, but in part through this rate increase. We do have a 5-year outlook on our CIP that was. The CIP was adopted earlier this year by the board. We're looking at an average of $13 to $27 million annually in that CIP for Zone 41. Our typical revenue would be, our capital costs on an annual basis would be about $7 million. So we're seeing a 5-year period where we're going to be ramping up costs in our CIP. We've got a very large Arden project, which is critically needed, and that's the biggest driver of that CIP over the next 5 years.
Excuse me, just before you leave that,
Sure.
So on the freewall pump repairs, that's for the faulty design or, I guess, installation. Is that our portion because East Bay Mud shares in that? I mean,
There's a portion assigned to the water agency. All the costs run through the water agency, and we get reimbursement from FREWA for their portion. But that would be reflective of our agency, the agency's cost.
I just think that's terribly unfortunate how that all worked out.
Yeah, I agree.
And expensive.
This graphic is just trying to show how do we use automation to be as efficient as possible. We've got 74 water facilities throughout our service areas. We've got over 16,000 automated water meters right now that we can read without having to go and tap on it with a wand, and we're replacing them every year as we continue to try to get all of them automated. But that reduces a manpower need by having automation integrated into our overall maintenance program. It doesn't replace maintenance. It doesn't cause things to wear out, take longer before they wear out. But this automation, it extends to our drainage program. I just included our storm drain stations and our drainage pump stations as well. We use automation across both the drainage and water supply side of our department's operations. We can also analyze or assess the performance of our system overall simplistically with an iPad. We have tablet devices where we can monitor how the system is performing and identify where adjustments might need to be made. In the old days, you'd actually have people sitting on site, sitting at a pump or a well, and monitoring how it's working, and then relaying that information by phone or radio to try to find ways to tweak the system. So we're using automation to help us identify any concerns or issues with the system performance. But again, automation doesn't replace people who actually need to do the maintenance work, or it doesn't substitute for capital replacement projects. Comparison to others, we don't like to justify ourselves by comparing our rates to other purveyors, but it's important in the discussion to see where we fall within the region. This is a range of water purveyors in the region. Zone 41, which is the rate that we're talking about today, is the far right, the second bar from the right. It's reflecting about a $33 per month charge. Typical metered charge on a monthly basis, and comparing it to a number of other entities in the region: City of Roseville, City of Folsom, City of Sacramento, Sac Suburban, Elk Grove Water, Placer County Water Agency. So you can see the spread, and we are just by scale on the low side of that. You will notice the blue bar in the center. That's reflective of the customers who also pay that Zone 41 charge. So it reflects the 3301 plus another 2880. That 2880 is the Zone 40 capital debt charge. Even with the customers that pay both of those, it's pretty much in the middle of the range of purveyors in the region. Again, we did talk about, we have $6,000 of debt per connection. There's Sac Suburban has got, I think they're looking at $2,000 of debt per connection. PCWA, City of Davis, they're at around $4,000 of debt per connection. So even though we have the highest debt, we're still keeping rates, I think, within a quite reasonable range relative to purveyors in the region. Just by comparison.
Before you leave that slide, sure. I find the way this is described here for Sacramento County Water Agency a little deceptive. I suggest in the future that you use the combined rates.
I understand, and we do have both of them there. We found it difficult to convey that. The combined rate, when you're talking about comparing to another entity that does have debt service, it's a better comparable if you're talking about one that has no debt service at all. But I hear what you're saying, and we'll do that. And I think just to note that the folks in our remote service areas only pay the single Zone 41 service charge.
I'm sorry, you dropped your voice.
I'm sorry. The customers that are in the remote portions of our service area, the North Gate, the Hood, Walnut Grove, the Arden, they only pay the single Zone 41 charge. They don't pay the Zone 40. I just want to make sure that was clear.
So the preponderance of the customer base, though, pays the combined charge. That's in your Ranch Cordova, Vineyard, Elk Grove, Laguna areas.
Yeah, and that additional charge is a portion of the bond debt on the different Port and Vineyard facilities.
You know what the customer breakdown is, the number of connections in the remote areas, Northgate, Arden, Hood, and Walnut Grove versus
You're probably talking 51,000. I mean, the bulk, over 50,000 of our connections are in that main service area.
90% of the connections are in the Zone 4041 portion of the. Okay, thanks.
This is a sort of a 10-year window. The proposed rates are shown on the left, 1819 and 1920, what those would look like in comparison to the current rate, which is on the far left. We're not, at this point, we're not proposing any rates, we're not identifying any rates beyond this 2-year. There will be a discussion, a couple slides from here. There will be some need for discussion in the near future on funding probably 21-22 or 22-23, funding a portion of the Arden project. There's a significant portion that is being funded through fund balance and through current rates, but there's going to be another portion of the project that will not be fundable through rate increases. So, and we mentioned that at a prior discussion before your board. You know, low interest loan, perhaps a bond issuance to fund that. The discussion will be, depending on how that decision's made, where does that debt service fall? And I'll touch on that a little bit more. This also doesn't reflect just, you know, costs of some other assumptions, labor costs, power fluctuations. As I said, we've made made assumptions on how much, you know, power rates are going to be, but they're subject to change. So we're just trying to reflect today, projecting out the rate increase on top of what's current.
Just, if I could, Madam Chair,
sure.
Just back to that chart. So you're proposing the 322 and the $1.99 over 2 year, recognizing you're drawing upon reserves for at least a portion of the, I guess, the entree to the larger project. Did you look at a scenario that might spread that over a 3 or 4 year period, recognizing that you're, to what you just said, they'll be returning this board with a conversation about the bigger piece, the $70 million or whatever it is, number that we're going to be looking at then. But did you, again, you would obviously have some deference in the first 2 years, but did you look at a more gradual way, particularly you're showing a plateau, recognize you've reserved the conversation that this board's going to have to have at some juncture in not too distant future. So if I'll make sure I understand it.
Well,
yeah, you got 322 rather than going 322.
Taking this 2 year and spreading over 3 or 4,
yeah, right.
We're still going to have the funding gap on the back half of the Arden project of $40 million. So we could stagger these out. It takes us longer to, you know, that would require that we stagger out the portions that we are funding through current fund balance and rates of the Arden project and the other CIPs, but it would not eliminate this discussion of how do we fund the back half of the Arden project. And in addition, we do have a 2025 deadline to complete the Arden project because it includes mandatory water meters. So we're really trying to get that project complete, ideally by 2024, and still give us a little bit of room because just for construction delays, we just want to make sure that we can get that project timeline completed by the state mandated deadline of 2025.
But just let me to follow on to your response, though, Michael. So that recognize you're drawing on fund balance to fund, you know, some of that to actually cover some of the shortfall. That's going to run out, as you showed in your previous chart, in a couple of years. But what you're trying to do with this rate increase is to cover some of the things you talked about in cost, but also, you know, continue to maintain that $7 million, give or take, on your CIP for all the other kind of normal things of maintaining a system. But so just to get back to my question, though, rather than going, you know, 322 and $1.99, and you're, you know, just shy of 525 over 2 years, could you not use, you know, say a little more than $1.25, say $1.27 or whatever, over a 4-year period? It gets you there in a slower amount of time, but you're still drawing on fund balance for whether it's Arden project or, you know, or other projects. It seemed to me that would be a little less hit in the pocketbook. It might make, you know, the challenge just a little steeper, but it still gets you to, looking at this chart, recognizing that we reserve that conversation for the big project and wanting to get it done by 2024, it still gets you to that same point by 2021 as relates to, the overall. And so again, I know that, it's kind of a choice. You can get the revenues early and, but it's more pain in the pocketbook for the customers versus it's still going to be the same at the end of the day if we were to take a different strategy. Obviously you're bringing us your recommendation, but as I've thought about it since the briefing last week, I've kind of, exploring that oftentimes gives people a chance to adjust and, at $3.22 a month on average, that's another almost $39 a year just on the water bill alone for our customers, versus if it was $1.25 or something thereabouts, it would be certainly a hit, maybe one third or 1/4 of that. So
well, I understand that in all cases the desire would be to delay or minimize rate increases. In what's being proposed, we're really trying to emphasize that even over the next 3 years, part of what we're doing is that we're trying to bring the level of maintenance closer to what was originally anticipated with prior approved rate increases. What came with that was a number of positions that half of which we've still left vacant since 2015 because of the impact of revenues. If we were to propose spreading rates out, that would have an impact. We would have to look at where would we reduce expenses in the program, what CIPs would we slide out further, what maintenance would we continue to defer, and that's what we're trying to stem. We've been in this position where we've been deferring maintenance and sliding projects out to try to manage year to year, but we've got this period of time where we've really got a spike in the CIP needs. We're trying to get us back on track as far as growing our maintenance system. We're not in any way going to get to where we thought we would be 5 years ago with this. This is not going to spike us back to where we thought we'd be. There's a if you look at even nominally a 2.5% cost increases on an annualized basis, this will start to catch up on some of those, but this is really, if there would have to be some real decisions on what are we going to continue to defer. And my understanding or my desire is always to ensure that we're providing service at a reasonable cost, but it's also providing a service that's reasonable and appropriate, and one that folks can rely on. So that's part of that is built into this.
Okay.
Again, I mentioned some of the uncertainties. The future is only we can't tell. There's a number of factors that could affect where costs go. Again, touched on the Arden discussion. It's about a $75 million project, $40 million of which will be funded through revenues that we're going to collect over the next few years, plus fund balance. So we're going to bring fund balance down through the completion of that project and get to where we can sustain post Arden a $7 to $8 million CIP on an ongoing basis. That's where we want to be. This is going to be the biggest spike we've seen in our CIP program. But again, there's $35 million that there's no means to fund within current rates. We couldn't stack rates up to try to catch up to that. So the best way it looks would be some sort of low income or low interest loans. Again, bond issuance. As a means to fund that $35 million portion of the project. And then the discussion is, how does that $2 million annual debt service that we estimate would be related to that, how does that get carried? And we've got a significant project that serves a certain area. We need to make sure we carry that debt appropriately. And I don't want to infer, I don't want to direct where that might go, but I want to bring that conversation back, definitely in the near future, so that we will be ready to make that decision by the time 2022 comes around. Impacts of no rate increase. We'll bring down our fund balance. The other options that I mentioned before, we curtail projects, we'll defer maintenance, we'll hold off on filling some vacancies. it would be more of the same. And again, I think, we're at the point, I really want to get us providing a level of service that folks can, should expect without breaking the bank. But there is a necessary, the costs do increase over time, and we've just got a system that's got some capital needs that we need to fulfill. But we can always make decisions year to year, but those decisions have consequences, and we've seen that over the past few years. And I'd just like to we need to get this program, again, not spiking back up, not gold plating it, but let's gird ourselves a little bit further so we've got a more robust system, something that is serviceable and reliable in the long term. The new irrigation rate, I mentioned at the beginning, I'll just slide through it again. Customers that have only turf or large landscaping with their commercial site, they have a separate connection through a meter just for the landscaping. Landscaping itself creates a proportionally higher demand than a normal commercial retail site would in terms of its impact on the system capacity, sort of the designing for the peak, because when you design a water system, you have to design to what the peak delivery is going to be, and for landscape connection, that's going to be the summer. We're not talking about residential landscaping. This is, again, metered connections that are commercial. Currently, they are charged a commercial rate because that's the highest rate, the most appropriate rate that we have in our ordinance. This additional rate, which I'll shoot ahead, this would allow us to charge incrementally more on the 100% landscape connections, and actually would let us charge a little bit less on the remaining traditional commercial connections. The first year, commercial customers would likely see a decrease in their bill because we've shifted a portion of that more appropriately to the landscape-only customers. In the second year, all rates would rise, but those commercial customers are actually going to start from a lower place than they normally would have because they'll no longer be subsidizing the irrigation connections. And then moving ahead, everyone will continue to rise at the same rate. But it'll be this first year, again, existing commercial customers would see a decrease in their bill, most likely, so the service charge will go down. Conservation, we're continuing the conservation, offer conservation discounts. Historically and currently, we provide 2 discount tiers depending on usage, 0 to 7 CCFs or 0 to 700 cubic feet of water monthly. If they're in that range, they get just a flat 20% off the bill. If it's in the second tier, currently you get a 10% discount off the bill. What we're proposing is to turn that to a per unit discount on the volume, on what's read through the meter, and then a fixed rate discount off of the service charge, the fixed service portion of their bill. So there's an example here for a monthly user at 15 CCFs. Under the existing program, they get a discount, a 10% discount of about $3.67. Under the new methodology, that discount would be $2.95. Now, what's driven this is that, it's been the success of getting conservation on the minds of folks. In 2012, we had about 35,000 of our customer accounts qualifying for a conservation discount. That ramped up to 48,000 over the next 4 years. And we had a drought. Again, we had the mandated conservation, but there's a new baseline. And so what we're trying to do is continue to support conservation discounts for all these folks, but we need to pare it down, knowing that we're probably going to see sustained and possibly some more growth in conservation as additional regulations come down the pike from the state. So we want to be able to spread that out. If everybody qualifies for conservation, then we've basically, we need to ask for even higher rate because we still, again, water saved does not translate straight across the board to, cost prevented, going back to that comparison I made before. So again, we're trying to continue supporting as much participation in conservation while keeping it balanced against the rate increase that we're asking for. So in this case, a typical customer might see who is qualifying, it's about a 70-cent reduction in their discount. But again, the incentive is still there, and it's offered, and that's what we're trying to maintain. Again, recommended action is really to kick off the process in accordance with Prop 218 for proposed 2-year rate increase for Zone 41. Again, the first year of the rate increase would be $3.22 a month for a typical metered resident, and the second year would be $1.99 per month. Also included with this would be adopting a new irrigation rate and revising the discount methodology for conservation. Today, we're just asking for direction to proceed with the outreach, proceed with the mailers, and then come back as proposed on July 17th for the actual hearing for your board to consider approving rates, and to bring back any other information, any protest information, any other information that might factor into what rate we might determine that, okay, we can bring the rate down. We'll bring that to you as well.
Members of the board, the July 17th date is just a date, and I apologize, I didn't catch it on time. That's the first meeting after our summer break. So that's just suggested dates. If you want to move it to July 24th, that's fine with us too.
The 17th there's a mandated 45-day period between kicking off the public process and having the hearing. So if it as county executive had suggested, if it was moved to the 24th, that doesn't compromise. It just slides the subsequent dates out.
Yeah, I'd suggest you move it out a week, and then the 24th too.
Sometime in August, we'll work with Michael and get those dates.
Okay.
And with that, take any other questions you might have.
Too much depression to ask you questions. It's really hard to explain to people, yes, you use less water, but we're going to have to charge you more.
Absolutely, it is one of the most difficult things to try to explain. Try to provide some information in terms of what the investment and what we have in place that provides that water.
Are we using as much automation as we can to reduce operating costs?
Yeah, we are actually on the cusp of adopting an updated computerized maintenance management system. We do use one, it's called a CMMS. We have one in place, but we're looking to revise that, to have that. Really, it takes all of our maintenance information and helps us most efficiently, effectively identify maintenance frequency, service life of our facilities, so that we can target work in advance, so we can minimize failures and actually prevent them. We're doing that, again, our ability to remotely assess the performance of the system, in particular during a drought year, during a high heat period, we can see where the system is struggling, and that helps us identify where we can make adjustments rather than sending folks to remote facilities and give us the readings from that site. This prevents that. It allows us to assess the system almost live, and then we can determine specifically where we might need to send folks to make adjustments to pressures to help ensure that the system continues to deliver when it's stressed.
Mm-hmm. Can you explain why Fair Oak, City of Folsom, and City of Galt pricing is so low comparatively to the rest of the?
Now, part of, as I mentioned, we have a conjunctive use system. So we have facilities that are groundwater-based and surface water-based. That's unique. I don't believe Galt has anything but groundwater. So imagine you're running two different types of systems at the same time. You have two cars, you don't drive them all at the same time, both at the same time, but you still have the maintenance and the service and costs and expenses related to two vehicles. So it's akin to that. The conjunctive use is not, again, it's not common. Most purveyors are going to be groundwater, especially the smaller ones. They're going to be primarily groundwater. They may have some access to surface water through an adjacent water district, but folks, so in those cases, they're looking at just groundwater. It also, if they're fairly small and built out, their costs are pretty much set. They're just in a routine program of replacement of facilities over time. The larger systems, in a system like ours that's newer, we have that capital component of new facilities that those other purveyors just don't have.
Supervisor Peters, just some familiarity with City of Folsom, having worked there. The point that Michael made is one of the biggest differences is that their system does not have the capital big projects like we've done. So that's one of the big deck components change that we have. Also, the source of their water is a little bit different too. As Michael said, there's two different systems we're running. They have waters that they purchase too, so that fluctuates in the prices too.
But during a drought that we had a couple of years ago, weren't we sending water to Folsom? I don't mean to pick on Folsom, but there are a couple of communities, I think Placer County, that wasn't there some kind of no, we weren't.
We weren't sending any water.
They had, I think the discussion you're recalling is, as Folsom Lake decreased, was there an opportunity for other water purveyors to push water in there? And we never got to that point of pushing water.
Oh, we didn't.
No.
Okay.
San Juan Water District, their general manager came, and she had alluded to that. If it got to that point that they didn't have water, they would need assistance from surrounding water agencies.
Given our ranking in terms of access to surface water, we wouldn't be the first source to provide water, because there are a San Juan Water District. They've got a greater ability to share surface water in drought conditions or when the lake's going down.
Thank you. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Michael, depending upon what we do today, but I for one would like to see us, and maybe it's part of the notification if we go forward, is that the ability to spread out a rate increase over a longer period of time, because you proposed basically do this in 2 years at $5.21 per month. And so I don't know if the notice needs to reflect this, Robin, or not, but if we wanted to have that opportunity to at least have that conversation, to make sure the notice would give us the ability to maybe have, over a 4-year period, we can certainly decide for ourselves based upon what information you bring back relative to deferred maintenance, to staffing, all the things you've obviously touched on, and you certainly examined that in your recommendation. But I would be concerned that if we didn't give ourselves that leeway in the noticing, that we came back and then you just say, well, we only noticed for 2 years, you can do less than. You obviously can't do more than the amount, but you can't extend that over a third or a fourth additional year if you chose to do that. So I want to be sure that our notice has the ability to, at least the flexibility for this board to have that conversation, after we go through the 218 process, again, assuming we approve this today. And then the background, you shared some of that in my briefing, but I think that even in the best case here, what you have in your last chart, that if the new rate were implemented in September 1st, you wouldn't see revenues until, to whatever billing cycle, hiring positions and so forth. So there's, maybe all that float's been factored in. But I just want to be sure that the notice would give us the flexibility, if that's obviously the will of this board, but to have that conversation in July or when we come back, if we authorize the process going forward today.
I think the notice could be crafted. I think the difficulty is that we will be outreaching, but before we can outreach, we're going to have to do the calculations and then the analysis. Now, what would a 4-year rate increase look like, and how? So we would have to go back to the rate calculation model that was developed with Carollo and make those adjustments. So it's a time frame that I'm not sure would.
Well, I'm assuming it's $5.21 over 4 years versus $5.21 over 2 years. Now, if you're going to factor in some factor because you deferred and you're going to have a bigger increase, that wasn't my suggested in any way. Again, others was just you take your amount and that you factor that in over a greater period of time. There's obviously you don't have that same revenue gain in those first couple of years, but
Two things I wanted to, hopefully we can vet thoroughly before we finish this, is one of them is if we're talking about two different alternatives, we will be entering into a protest process, right? And so we're going to be noticing of a proposed set of rate increases. And so I'm trying to get my mind around what do we say to the people in the context of a protest process. The second thing is that the 2-year recommendation is based around a certain set of assumptions on what the maintenance would be, what the CIP program is going to be. So essentially going to a 4-year rate increase, fundamentally what that's doing is it's delaying work that had been planned to be undertaken. So I wonder if instead of us trying to set up a protest process that we may not be able to vote on correctly, one or the other, in terms of this outreach, whether we really ought to vet this issue about the 2 or 4-year rate implementation. I kind of hate to do that, but I'm thinking if you send a ballot to somebody or a notification and you say to them, do you want this or do you want that? So.
Well, let me be clear on what, again, I get your point, Michael, and it's consistent with the recommendation you bring us. My point is that you advertise 521, it may fall short of what would be needed if you did it over 4 years versus what you do it over a 2-year period. But that would be the maximum, or you can pick some other number, I guess, based upon your calculation. But that you certainly advertise that within up to 4 years. I mean, you would be no shorter than 2, but and no longer than 4 that you'd be proposing a rate increase.
Roger, if that's what the board's desire is, if you give us some latitude to work with county council, make sure we abide by all Prop 218 requirements.
I wasn't trying to have alternatives to vote on. You have a structure.
Understood. I think that's, if you give us that latitude, we can work with county council.
But then, Peterson's department would have to look at the future possibilities. I mean, we'd have to say that there'd be no additional increase for whatever term we pick, whether it's, I mean, I assume we're doing this for 2 years and there's not going to be a rate increase. If we spread the suggested 2-year costs into 4-year, you'd be saying to the public there won't be any increases for 4 years. And so then when you have to raise it on the 5th, it's more than it would have been. Right?
Yeah.
That is possible.
That's the problem with it.
Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to solve, but...
I mean, kind of stating the obvious, if we find out that in year 3 we're having some fiscal difficulty, we'll be back here asking for another rate increase. But the point that you made is still that's an option.
And I think it's important to carry into the conversation that these rates are driven by that shift in that baseline use. People are using less water. They were mandated to use less water. They're going to continue to use less water. But our costs don't go down proportionally. So, and I'm not at all dismissive of the concern for sort of cushioning that blow. I do also have concern with delays. Not only affects revenues, it affects our potential ability to carry out projects. Delaying projects, we only see that gets more expensive. So then that becomes almost, I don't want it to become self-fulfilling that now we need to ask for more because the projects that we've held off are going to become more expensive. So just to consider, I just put that out that way is on my mind.
Well, and I get that. I'll just say the preponderance of the customers, though, in the district I represent, and the protest vote comes in. Obviously, we have folks in the vineyard and obviously in the other areas, in the Arden area and so forth. But and in a lot of cases, there are folks that see a single billing from the county, particularly in the unincorporated area that receives the water. That's a fairly large bill that has nothing but the county seal on it. It's not, a separate garbage bill, a separate sewer bill, a separate water bill from a different purveyor. And that's in some of the other areas in the county. You get that. You either have the county is the collection service for the garbage. Regional Sand obviously is a provider for sewer in the unincorporated and incorporated areas, with the exception of Galt. But in some of the areas that I represent, and I think some are shared by Supervisor Kennedy and maybe Supervisor Peters, they get a bill that's all county. So you can't say, well, go call the water district over there. They're the ones that raise your bill, or go get a sewer district, which is a board that's made up of 16 members, or go see that private XYZ garbage collection service. No, it's all the county, and so that bill reflects, actions by this board or boards that are related to, to bodies we serve on. And I think it's important. It certainly holds us accountable. Obviously, you as staff bring us your best recommendation, but I just would say that that's, again, looking at rate structure and, other cost pressures and see how we fit into this. I account, obviously, for what you say, and I appreciate, the thoughts that's gone in it, but I certainly would like to have at least an alternative coming back in July to have the ability to look at something that would, soften the impact, at least in some of the earlier years. That's my thoughts.
Michael, when the vineyard area and other new growth areas build out, is it possible that costs will go down because you have more people paying those capital costs?
What you'll see as you approach that is you'll see costs stabilize, because you've got a system that is effectively built out. Then that's where you have a good sense of aging out of facilities, maintenance needs. The system is fairly stable in terms of the deliveries, the demands. So that's where you do see this stabilization. And that's why some of these older purveyors in the region, they've been built out for quite some time, like a Fair Oaks Water District. Their system is pretty much set. Their capital needs ongoing are going to be fairly fixed. Maintenance needs will be fairly fixed. So yes, as you approach that, you don't necessarily a decrease, but you'll see a stabilization. That's really where you want to be. But we're just so early in the growth of this service area. 2/3 have yet to build out. We've sort of got the front loading of some of the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so we're directing staff to proceed with actions necessary to comply with the legal requirements to, where'd he go? As described in the staff report, and we're holding the public hearing on July 24th rather than July 17th, as it says in the staff report. Is that correct?
Right, but I don't know about the alternative, whether there's some ability to have some flexibility when we come back. I mean, that would be...
I don't think they solve that.
Well, I think we can come back.
Meeting.
I mean, we can come back. It's a matter of how it's handled with the noticing.
What we can do is, if you give us the authority to work with county council on how can we do an alternative, whatever we come up with, we'll communicate with a memo back to the board what we were able to do, but we'll send the notices based, realizing there's a wish for alternative. If we can do it, we'll put it in. If we can't, we'll send you a memo explaining why we couldn't do it.
Be interested to hear from Robin. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the 218 requires science and math behind it, and however that calculation extrapolates out within what you're asking for, whether we have enough math and science at the moment to extend it 4 years, or whether within 2 years that's the basis of their engineering report. We can work with CEO staff on that.
I guess I would say that if it goes out like it's in the staff report, then the only option we have is just to do it for less, for 2 years, which in effect could have the same outcome. But I guess I just wanted to be clear with folks, if this is the amount that's needed, you just get there at a slower pace. So how do we know if we vote for this today, and if it comes down to there's no way, and it's just exactly like this is?
There is another alternative that, if the board so desires, if you want to have that policy conversation about you want to do it over 2 to 4, we could put this back on the agenda and have that conversation, get that direction. That way the Prop 218 notice is very clear what we're doing. So that's another step. It'll be sometime in June we can bring it back, if the board so desires, if you want those 2 options. But at the end, I think what we're going to find out, the more I'm thinking about this on the fly, I think we're going to have to pick one or the other, what we're telling folks.
Yeah,
what are you voting
I'm afraid
on?
we'd be in legal trouble if we could possibly get sued for not being clear what we're asking people, that we're obfuscating in some way. I don't know.
Well, we can't not be clear. So I think what we need to do is go back to the drawing board and bring back the result of that review at another meeting before the notice goes out.
If that's what the board desires.
Was that a yes?
Fine with that?
Okay, I guess we can take it back and come again without the long presentation.
So basically, the question in front of us is that
After
you
the
know
budget.
you know what the 2-year looks like. So the interest is to see if we were spread it over 4, and what would that look like, which will include additional costs, whatever the year 3 and 4 that we didn't present to you, what would the rates look like for that too, and as we spread it out.
I would just add to that, though, what it would look like if you just did the same amount. Obviously, you're going to make some choices. There's more, there's some deferred maintenance, not as much as would be, and so I saw those calculations when I did the briefing, so I guess you'd want to have that as a background as well. So.
Sure, yeah. We'll bring you all those options. I think Supervisor Peters, you did say after budget, I would agree. Let's get our budget out of the way and then.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll continue this then until June
19th?
Yeah.
11th?
19th, but I need to work with, we have a lot of items we've been continuing to that day. If you can just let us continue, Flo, do you need a date or?
No, we can just continue to that date with a time uncertain.
All right.
Okay. So I need a motion to continue to June 19th with time uncertain.
So move. Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Item 60, approve the 2018 Neighborhood Traffic Management Program traffic plans.
Okay, while he's coming to the microphone, if there's anybody in the audience that's planning to speak on this, would you be sure you fill out a speaker sheet? We'll make sure we get everybody's opinion on the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Reza Mogisi, Department of Transportation. The item before you relates to the traffic management, neighborhood traffic management program. We are here to ask for your approval of 4 traffic management plans. Just to clarify, a neighborhood traffic management plan or project is a single residential street that's been petitioned by its residents for speed bumps or speed tables. As such, a neighborhood traffic management project serves as a countermeasure to speeding in residential neighborhoods. In August of 2017, the board approved funding for 31 projects. Once the funding was approved, the staff developed traffic plans and worked with neighborhood residents to build support for those plans. As part of plan development process, we asked residents to vote by a ballot card to indicate their support or opposition to the proposed plans. Based on the board-approved criteria, projects that have a support rate less than 65% are not qualified for further consideration, and projects with a support rate between 65 and 74 require a board hearing for, adopting a traffic plan. And finally, projects with a support rate 75% or greater may be constructed without further board action unless a request for a board hearing has been filed. Based on the survey results, 28 projects have greater than 75% support rate. 25 of those projects have been fast-tracked and have made it to construction phase already. 3 projects have been appealed for a board hearing, and that's the reason we're here to present those projects to the board. And 1 project has a support rate between 65 and 74%, which obviously, based on the criteria, requires a board hearing. Finally, there are 2 projects that have less than 65% support rate, and they have been dropped from further consideration. The four projects requiring board approval are listed on this slide. The first three projects, Buffwood Way, Winding Oak Drive, and West U Street, have all support rates greater than 75%. If there were no petitions for a board hearing, those three projects would have gone to construction. By the way, the number 2, project number 21, is not real Winding Oak Drive. That's a typo. It's just Winding Oak Drive. And then we had also one project, the fourth project, which has a support rate between 65 and 74%, which requires your approval. So staff recommends your approval of all four projects. With your approval of these four projects, we will focus our attention to the construction phase, and we'll proceed with putting the projects out to bid and construct them within 4 months or so. I think the cost is estimated to be around $500,000. I think that kind of concludes my short presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions? No, thank you. So we will go to, we have 5 speakers today, and if you would, when you come to the microphone, tell us which street you are here to advocate for or against, so that we know which one you're talking about. The first speaker is Linda Smith, and then Susan and Paul Hanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Smith.
I forgot to say we have a 2-minute speaking limit.
That
was fast.
I live at 9085 Winding Oak Drive, and I'll speak very briefly for myself. And then I also carry a letter from Brett Holtree. Brett and Jennifer live almost directly.
We all have a copy of that.
You have that?
Yes.
Okay, they wanted me to read it, so I don't have to read it?
No.
Great, okay. Save some time. I just would really like to make a plea for, I lived at this address since May 27th, 2000, and I then had children at the time. Now I have grandchildren, and the street has become just more and more dangerous in my experience. In the last few years, it's gotten really dangerous. And I know that a speed bump doesn't guarantee that it's going to be solved, but just the fact that it might slow it down. Just to let you know that on February 28th, my dear friend was parked across the street in front of my house, was just going about the business of getting something out of her trunk. An SUV was speeding. The driver fell asleep at the wheel and slammed into my friend with such force and speed that her legs were both amputated above the knee. I was there. I ran outside. I was with her, whispered to her, and she died within minutes. She leaves 3 children. And I just really want to tell you that I know there's monetary issues that people care about, but there are, it's a family-friendly neighborhood. It's a lovely neighborhood. So many people walk, the children ride bikes, and it's just, you know, my friend was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but I just beg you to please consider letting this pass.
Thank you. Sorry for the loss of your friend.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Susan and Paul Hanks, and then William Patrick.
Hello, I am Susan Hanks, my husband Paul. We live on West U Street in Rio Linda. Our neighbor Bill Patrick lives across the street from us. We are in support of the speed bumps. They are designed to go right between our houses, which is just fine with us. The whole process was initiated because since the close of Elwyn, south of Baseline, people seem to are using our street as a shortcut. Families don't feel safe walking on the road any longer. We don't really have foot traffic anymore. Speeds of 80 in the early morning hours are not uncommon. Not just during the weekdays, but at any time on any day, you could see a car flying down our road. Many families live on the south side of the road, but all the newspaper and mailboxes are on the north side of the road. So to cross the road, particularly when it's foggy, is pretty scary. We have 25 to 30 children on that little stretch of country road. A lot of them are under the age of 16. They'd like to be riding their bikes. We have a few families that let them ride their bikes, and we all cringe. It's a matter of time before one of them is killed. There now is a plethora of big rigs that come down West U Street. We are rural residential, but our houses are quite close to the road. The traffic is just unreal in the last few years. And when this was created, we realized that there was potentially a problem with fire trucks, but our fire station on Elwyn can continue right across West U and down West 2nd Street. It really doesn't affect most of the people in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Just a second. So you were speaking for both you and Paul? Or are you Paul?
I'm Paul.
Okay, you want to speak separately, okay?
Yes, in continuance, just to add, the east side of U Street from Rio Linda Boulevard currently has the speed tables. We're merely doing a continuance on our side, and just to give a little bit of grid, if the board has reviewed the area proposed, there's no sidewalks. There's barely an area for people to walk. They let kids off buses to walk down this road to their proposed, their homes. And we are seeing an increase since we've been there 7 years. Kids riding bicycles and people walking in the evenings with their dogs, which I'm a proponent. I want to see more of that community. When we first moved there, there was a lot of empty houses, a lot of riffraff, and we're just now starting to feel like a community. And I want this to, go to the board and hopefully pass. I don't want to see my wife injured. I don't want to be injured. I don't want to see my neighbor injured who comes over often, and just give a chance to slow down people, and with the proposed growth in the area, to avoid those cutovers. We have roads that will handle that traffic nice and fine, and they're designed for that type of traffic. Our road is for local deliveries, in my opinion. And we also have car auto auction houses near us that I often see come through our road, and they test their vehicles. And that's the only way I can explain it, because they have writing on the windshields. And anyway, I'll give the floor back to the board, but I really look forward to your approval on this and to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patrick?
Yes.
And then Paul Harbert. Go ahead, Mr. Patrick.
Yes. All I care about, the way they speed down through there is for the kids. Most of them are between 10, 11 years old. They don't know much better. They'll all go out in the street. There goes a kid. I don't want to see no kid on the grill of a car. So that's all I can say. It's for the kids' sake. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Paul Harbert and David Neff.
Hi, my name is Paul Harbert. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
and I'm here to address my concerns regarding this traffic management plan for West U Street. As a property owner and resident of West U Street for more than 30 years, I've appreciated the attributes of living out in the country. We don't have the sidewalks, street lights, excessive noise pollution, or vehicle traffic that are common to urban neighborhoods. All of the approximately 18 homes potentially affected are located on what people consider horse properties, most with acres of land. The feeling of open space is why most of us chose to live in this area. January 12th, earlier this year, was the first notice to me or my neighbors that the Sacramento County Department of Transportation had received a petition from residents of West U Street requesting speed controls through the neighborhood traffic management program. No signage was ever posted. The notice stated that the Board of Supervisors had approved funding 5 months earlier for staff to prepare a traffic plan. The Department of Transportation then spent taxpayer money to create multiple property maps, draft, print, and mail multiple notices and survey cards. They even sent crews 2 separate times to measure and paint markings on the pavement where 6 signs, 3 speed tables, and pedestrian paths were to be installed. All of these costs began accruing 9 months before today's public hearing. I wrote to the Department of Transportation on January 29th and again on April 1st asking why a public hearing with proper notice was not held prior to approval of funding last August. If the department had conducted a count of vehicles using this street, and if so, what were the results? I never received a reply to any of my questions. The Board of Supervisors should have required answers to those same questions before voting to spend money on this project. And did the department ever give you the estimate of how many thousands of dollars the project would cost? One day in late January this year, I took the time to conduct a tally of motor vehicles, bicycle, and pedestrian traffic in front of my home facing West U Street. The average number of motor vehicles was 9 per hour, and no bicycles or pedestrians were observed when I was watching from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. By most suburban standards, I believe this would be considered very light traffic. There are no speed tables or pedestrian paths on any of the streets directly connected to our street. The proposed traffic plan, which would impact such a tiny number of residents on barely half a mile of country road, would truly be a waste of taxpayers' money. That money could be better spent on any number of county services.
Mr. Harbert, could you please wind up your remarks? You're way over time.
I need about 15 seconds.
You got it.
That money could be better spent on any number of county services, benefiting a lot more of your constituents' needs. The speed of this rural traffic is simply not a problem, and I urge you to please vote to avoid any more unnecessary expense and scrap this proposal. Thanks.
Mr. Harbert, I would point out to you that on August 22nd last year, the board did approve the funding for those projects.
Yes, I've mentioned that.
Okay,
But
so perhaps, no, you can, you may sit. I'll ask the department to respond to that when we're finished here.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. David Neff?
Good afternoon. My name's David Neff. I live on Great Dome Court, which is immediately north of Project 21, the speed table on Winding Oak Drive. And I let my neighbors know this morning that I intended to come down here, and the majority responded to me strongly in favor of the speed table. The speed on Winding Oak, nobody travels 25 miles an hour. And there is a stop sign at Windsock. However, many people fail to come to a complete stop. There was a time when CHP parked a cruiser up there, and it was a gold mine for them. I wish they'd returned, actually. There's only one individual on my court that did have a question, and his concern was that the speed limit at the speed table matched the posted speed limit of the roadway. I'm not sure that's the case. That's his individual concern. I think the overriding concern of my neighbors is that the county do what's necessary to make Winding Oak safe for all the pedestrians and the rest of the residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the speakers I have signed up.
Madam Chair, I do have one public comment from resident Brent Holtree, who lives at 9078 Winding Oak Drive, and he is in favor of adding a traffic control device.
On Winding Oak, yes. Any other comments? And is DOT, Lupe, do you want to answer the question for Mr. Harbert?
Okay.
That one doesn't work.
This one doesn't work.
I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Just come up here.
The mic's off. Lupe,
The
why don't you
mics
go
are
over
off.
there?
Okay, well, that's not very helpful.
No.
So I think the question was in regards to the process, the NTMP process. And the way the process works is we do, in order to participate in the program, we ask that residents submit a petition to the department in order to be considered for funding. And at that point, for the funding consideration, we do send a letter out to all the people that were included in the petition. Once the funding is approved, then staff goes out individually or works individually with each of the streets. And for example, for West U Street, at that point, everybody on the street becomes involved in regards to, we first develop a traffic plan, and then we send out a survey card to everybody on the street to determine the amount of support or opposition to the traffic plan. And in this case, that's how the process started and how everybody was included in that process. And I think from everybody that, as you look at the survey results, we had a high % of people supporting the plan on that case. But that's how the process works, and that's how we get the residents of the neighborhood involved.
Okay. And I would point out the support rate is 92%.
Correct.
On that street. Okay. I don't have any more questions for you. I want to thank everyone for coming in today. And I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Frost, I didn't see your name.
I just wanted to say I appreciate everyone coming in, and I'm also in support of staff's recommendation. I've had a lot of people in my community meetings complaining about some of these long straight streets where people speed and how they're so afraid someone's going to get hurt someday, and the fact that there are so many people petitioning. I'm going to support it, but I appreciate that you all came down today to speak.
Thank you. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Item 61 are your nominations. You are continuing to July 17th, the Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Material, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, Sacramento County Mental Health Board, and the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission. And for your matters today, the Adult and Aging Commission. Ms. Peters?
I hear you asking me. I don't have any. Maybe I flipped 2 pages instead of 1. I did, okay. Adult and Aging, the Chiefs recommend nominating Catherine Koss to the general seat and request the process be waived.
Second.
Please vote. And continue the remainder to July 17th.
Unanimous vote. Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council.
I nominate Robert Ingram and Matthew Wadman, please.
Okay. Children's Coalition.
Chiefs recommend nominating Sandra Molina Aguilar to the interest area seat and Amar Hariharan to the public consumer representative seat and continue the remainder to July 17.
Okay. Disability Advisory Commission,
Continue to June 19.
North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council.
District 4.
Oh, I wish to continue to July 24.
District 3, continue to June 19.
Okay. Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council.
I nominate Linda Gilbert, and I wish to continue the remainder to July 24th.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council.
I nominate Roy Hickey and Kristen McCandless.
Supervisor Cerna. I show a note that this one is going to be continued to June 19th. You have...
Yeah, I don't have anything here for that particular...
Okay. Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
I have a recommendation here, but it's the same person that we just nominated to the Children's Coalition. Do we have any rules about that? I don't know.
I'll have to follow up with you.
Hari Haran, yeah. I think continue to July 24th, and maybe you can source out whether that's a conflict.
The Veterans Advisory Commission.
District 1 nominates Severin A. Banks and waiving the process.
Okay.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. District 3.
Continue to June 19th.
District 4.
I nominate Brandon Blackburn and wish to waive the process, please.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And District 5.
We're still conducting interviews. We have 6 or 7 applicants, so continue to June 19th.
Okay. And that concludes your nominations.
Okay. We do have off-agenda speakers. So there will be, I'll read off the first few names. You can please come down and get ready to speak. And there is a 2-minute limit, so please try and think of something different to say so we can hear all points of view. The first person is Dr. Rita Cepeda. Then it would be Rhonda Kravitz. Then Susan Lang. If you stand just between the microphones, it's
okay.
Then we get you in stereo.
Okay, perfect.
If that's a term anymore, I don't know.
Thank you. Well, myself and the rest of the speakers are all speaking in opposition of the renewal of the ICE contract.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters and members of the board. My name is Rita Cepeda, and I'm represented on the Board of Supervisors by Supervisor Kennedy. I'm one of 3 co-founders of Step Up Sacramento, an organization founded in January 2017 based on the principles established in the Indivisible Guide. Step Up includes individuals from numerous human rights, education, faith-based, social services, and social justice organizations. The Sacramento Sheriff Office has applied for and received numerous grants from the Immigration Customs Office through an intergovernmental service agency with the United States Marshals Service Prisoner Operations Division. The earliest grant identified is dated 2003, followed by a second grant in 2008, with the most recent one obtained in 2013. This last IGSA was valid from September 12, 2013 through September 11, 2016, but grant language allows the grant to remain in effect for up to 60 months, placing the date for renewal of this contract June 2018. There are 2 pieces of legislation that require compliance from this board on all future considerations regarding contracts with the ICE. The first, SB 54, the California Values Act, signed into law on October 5, 2017, requires agencies of government to protect the safety and well-being of all Californians by ensuring that state and local resources are not used to fuel mass deportations, separate families, or divide Californians based on race, gender, sexual orientation, religion, immigrant status, or national or ethnic origins. The law, as you know, has several provisions. For the purpose of today, the most important of these requires that you, as an agency of government, ensure that, and I quote, state and local enforcement agencies, school police, and security departments will not engage in immigration enforcement. No state or local resources will be used to investigate, detain, detect, report, or arrest persons for immigration informant purposes. And regardless of whether state or local resources are implicated.
Could you wind up your comments, please?
I will certainly try. My understanding was that as a group we had a total of 15 minutes, so some of us could exceed.
Well, no one told me that,
limit.
so I had you down for 2 minutes each, which is more than 15 minutes.
No, some of us are speaking rather shortly than that, so we worked it out so we would stay within the minutes, but I will comply with your request and will end my comments respectfully.
Okay. Mr. Cerna, would you like to make a comment?
I'll let her, is she going to finish? Are you done?
Well, I'm not sure.
No,
Pardon me?
She has a letter she submitted here, so she's reading the letter.
I'll wait till...
Okay.
So I will end my comments by telling you that the second piece of legislation with which you need to comply, as you know, is AB 103, and this speaks to the nature of any further renewal or expansion of a contract. So obviously, we would hope that you would pay attention to the requirements under the law under which you are constrained. Sheriff Jones has told you that he needs this money to sustain public safety services to the city. The point those of us present would like to make is that the approval of grant money that trades on the detention of immigrants to fund the sheriff's office to maintain public safety is inherently a conflict of interest. At best, and not worst, a clear betrayal of the moral values of this body. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So while I certainly understand the desire of the speakers to speak on the subject, I just want to remind them all that because you're speaking on an off-agenda item, we cannot discuss it. We cannot make any decision today about it. However, it's expected that this is going to probably be part of our budget hearing, which is on June 4th?
June 5th.
June 5th.
and 6th.
Okay, June 5th and 6th. At that time, you are certainly invited to come and give testimony on the subject that I suspect all of you are expecting to make comment to now. And at that point, we are likely to be discussing it and possibly taking action on it. So I'm just trying to give you some helpful advice in terms of the efficacy of when you're speaking and how it's affecting our conversation, because we can't have a conversation today about it.
We can't respond.
I understand. We couldn't get that information, by the way, so thank you for providing it to us.
Rhonda Kravitz and Susan Lang and Mario Gavan.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for those comments. We did try to get information on when it would be before on the agenda and could not get that information. I did send information directly to Supervisor Kennedy, also asking when it would be on the agenda, and we did not get any information back.
I think in all fairness to all of us, though, I think we just kind of found out in the last 72 hours from our CEO what the agenda was going to be for the budget hearings. Right. And so that's new information for all of us. So just in fairness to others that, you may
I understand, but I'm just letting you know that we did try.
Yeah, no,
I mean, we're not stating a negative comment.
Go ahead with your comments, ma'am.
So my name is Dr. Rhonda Rios Kravitz. I'm a Step Up co-founder, and I live in District 2. I'm here today to speak about the deficiencies found in a Rio Consumnes audit. The Office of Detention Oversight, hereby called ODO, and the Office of Professional Responsibility conducted its inspection visit to RCCC in 2015 during the week of January 27th through the 29th. It is important to note that all ICE detainees are held in civil, not criminal custody, which is not supposed to be punitive. There are a total of 16 standards, and RCCC was found compliant in only one standard. ODO found a total of 49 deficiencies in the remaining 15 standards. I'm only going to address a few regarding environment and health safety. ODO was informed that the fire and safety officer position had been vacant for approximately 9 months for budgetary reasons. Although a deputy had been assigned to conduct fire safety inspections on a monthly basis, she had no specialized authorized training, and there was no documentation demonstrating that she conducted the inspections outside the administrative areas. Regarding food services, trash was observed on the floor, in the food preparation and dry storage areas, and on floors inside the walk-in coolers. The floors underneath the steam pots appeared not to receive attention on an ongoing basis, and an accumulation of dirt and food particles was observed. In the bakery area, overhead fans where bread is cooled had dust and dust wads hanging from the fan guards. Paint was observed peeling from the walls and the dishwasher areas. In addition, inspection of the bathroom used by inmate workers was found to be in poor condition. Sanitation in the cells, day rooms, and showers was found to be poor. RCC's detained handbook did not provide notice of the appeal level beyond the detention commander. It did not provide guidance for resolving grievance or appeal, including the right to have the grievance referred to higher levels and/or opportunity to file a complaint regarding officer misconduct directly with the DH office of the Inspector General. Given these findings...
Could you please wind up your comments?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much.
Given these findings, STEP is concerned about the treatment and care of ICE detainees at RCCC, and we could not find any documentations that the deficiencies had been remedied or that any other audits had occurred since 2015. ICE should provide a copy of the completed reviews identifying the process to ensure deficiencies are corrected and facilities are complying with standards.
Could you please wind up your comments?
I would add that we want to say we strongly recommend that the ICE contract not be renewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Lang, then Mario Galvan.
Hello, my name is Susan Lang. I'm a resident and homeowner in Elk Grove. I'm the coordinator of a community visitation volunteer group for the people in immigration detention at the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center, and I have been for the past 5 years. We are called Faithful Friends. I'm here to ask you to not renew the contract with Immigration and Customs Enforcement that the Sheriff's Department has to house people at the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center. A longer version of my comments are in the packet provided to you. It is important to remember that people in immigration detention are in civil proceedings. By housing them in county jails, they are treated as prisoners. They are not prisoners. However, as prisoners, they must deal with the conditions at RCCC. If you tried to design a system which would dehumanize people, you would design RCCC. I do not have time to talk to you about those conditions here, but it is important to remember that the people there would be home with their families except for their immigration status. It would be false to say that these conditions exist because they aren't there long enough to justify providing any services. I have provided you with a list of the people that I have visited and how long they have been there. The names have been initialized for you to protect their privacy. You will see that 6 months, 1 year, and 18 months is very often the case. What weighs most heavily on the people in immigration detention is that they do not know how long they will be there. The conditions at RCCC are set up as they are in order to make things so difficult for the people there that they just give up. There has been an argument that if RCCC were to close, people from the area would be housed far from friends and family. I would like to let you know that this is a red herring for 2 reasons. First of all, the people at RCCC very rarely have visitors. I have included in my list the people who actually had visits from people other than our group. It's marked with an X. You will see that of the 45 people on the list, 4 others had visitors. Second of all, the visitation procedure at RCCC is so bad, it discourages visitations. As a member of the community, it is an outrage that Sacramento County continues to contract with ICE at RCCC. Let us be a leader for the community, the state, and the country. We do not want immigration detention in our community, not because of the people housed there, but because the system is wrong.
Could you please wind up your comments?
And the contract.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mario Gavan. And then, sorry, I can't read the handwriting on the next one. Carlos, can't read the last name, on Ashwood.
Ponce.
My name is Mario Galvan, and I also am a member of Step Up. We are concerned with the lack of transparency and accountability of the Sheriff's Department in regard to their dealings with ICE. On July 26th of last year, Step Up filed a Public Records Act request with the Sheriff's Department. On October 5th, over 2 months later, we received a follow-up from them acknowledging their delay. but also stating that our request was unduly burdensome and asking us to narrow the scope. On October 9th, we submitted that revised request. On October 11th, we received 2 messages from the Sheriff's Department. The first thanked us for having revised our request and said that they were currently working on gathering the data. However, it asked us again to please narrow the search, and a second message later that day asked for even more clarification on yet another point of our request. On October 25th, we received a final response from the Sheriff's Department saying that it had no data for us and that we should go and ask ICE for the information. In other words, we got nothing at all from the Sheriff's Department in response to our request for information. We're dismayed and disappointed to learn that the Sheriff's Department has no available public records on their workings with of their contract with ICE. And as a board that oversees the things in the county, we would ask you to look into that and see why there is no information available to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carlos Montez Ponce, then Dwayne Campbell.
Hello, my name is Carlos Montes Ponce, and I'm here representing Sacramento Act, and I'm also a resident of District 2. I'm here to talk about the burden placed on the families and their loved ones when they're placed in detention at RCCC. So we manage the local rapid response network, which communities can use to receive immediate support when detention occurs. There are numerous stories we carry with us every time we receive a call. Those stories always have one common thing, and that commonality is fear. This is exacerbated by the existing contract in our county, which creates an incentive to criminalize those who are undocumented. And I want to reiterate that our shared faith values reminds us that there is no sacredness, there is no dignity in either exploiting or being exploited. Those who come into contact with the sheriff's contract are deemed to face bond, check-ins at ICE offices, home visits and check-ins, GPS monitoring through an electronic ankle bracelet. But since neither ICE nor judges are required to consider an individual's ability to pay when setting the bonds are often exorbitantly high. Alternatives must include ensuring that someone has legal representation and providing community-based support by organizations with proven experience delivering social services for immigrant communities. As a basic litmus test, alternatives must always decrease the number of people in detention, and we recommend that the contract not be renewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Campbell, and then Dolores Delgado Campbell.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Dwayne Campbell. I am the co-chair of the Immigrant Rights Committee of Democratic Socialists of America. The issue before you with the ICE contract is one of basic human dignity. As you probably know from recent press coverage, the Trump administration has developed a new policy that is deliberately separating families and immigrants. They are separating parents from the children as a form of collective punishment. Sacramento County should not be a party to this foul deportation machine. We must take a stand, and we call upon you to take a stand for justice and humanity, to not collaborate with this project. I urge you at your next meeting to refuse to renew the contract between the county and ICE for holding immigrants.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Dolores Delgado Campbell.
Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Delgado Campbell, and I am here today representing the Sacramento chapter of LULAC. LULAC is the League of United Latin American Citizens. It is the oldest and largest Latino membership organization in the country. We are a national civil rights and service organization. The current campaign of Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency has greatly expanded to include the systematic separation of families during enforcement. Today I am here to request, and I intend to return, to request that the County of Sacramento not renew the contract with ICE for the use of the county detention facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Jose Quezada and Carolina Elena Flores. are the last two speakers.
Hello all, thank you for listening to us. I'll be brief since you guys really can't comment on anything we say, but my name is Jose Quesada, and I'm a District 2 resident. I'm here to represent the Sacramento chapter of the ACLU, as well as the the state affiliate in Northern California. And just want to talk about what my job has been for the last few years, which is to educate and distribute education concerning people's constitutional rights, especially for undocumented communities when they're interacting with ICE. And I think I could feel confident in expressing the fear that our communities face, and it's rightfully so based on the rhetoric that's coming out of the national administration, as well as cooperation that goes beyond cooperation between local law enforcement and federal ICE officials. One thing that we're seeing is fears of mothers dropping off their kids to school, what's going to happen if they're stopped by ICE, or what's the best time to go to the grocery store, and that's a pretty scary situation we live in. But I also want to speak to the chilling effect that our policies have on resources that we invest in. So for example, we invest in the health of our communities as a whole, and we're seeing kids of undocumented immigrants being withheld from these resources that they so badly need. So if we're going to invest in our community as a whole, we should take that into consideration when we forego the profits that come from ending this ICE contract. And as well, I'll be quick with this, we have some concerns with the PRA and its eventual dismissal. We believe that government transparency is crucial to our democracy. So I look forward to seeing you guys on June 5th and 6th, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carolina Elena Flores.
Geez, I haven't been there in a long time.
Hi, Carolina.
I'm in Patrick Kennedy's district. My name is Carolina Elena Flores. I'm a retired social worker working for the county for 20 years. I'm representing the Zapatista Solidarity Coalition, which is a grassroots organization that helps the indigenous in Chiapas, Mexico. For 20 years, I've worked on getting donations for their children. We help build a couple of schools down there in Chiapas, and we support the Women's Artisan Network. I'm here because ICE contract is not in the spirit of California State or Sacramento City. The detention is not following the intent of the law, the Trust Act, and the Truth Act. These immigrants are already holding jobs, they're owning houses, they have families. The consequences of removing these men as head of households and sole income earners destroys the families. I represent the Zapatista Solidarity Coalition, and we oppose this contract coming to Sacramento County, and you as our county representatives, I hope that you will deny this. Inevitably, as we have become Zapatista Solidarity Coalition, we've become like monitors for the Spanish-speaking community, their health and well-being. And so we see how immigration detention negatively impacts the community. So we oppose ICE in this county. I, as a grandmother, don't want it here. I don't want it to have anything to do with any of my neighbors. People are scared to get out because of that ICE. It is not a life to live. And I ask for you, for the sake of humanity and human dignity, do not renew this contract. Thank you very much. And I'm leaving my letter for you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Okay, that completes the public speaking, and we'll move on to county exec comments.
Very quick comment. The county budget is slated to go live on Friday, which is May 25th. It will be available on our webpage, sacramentocounty.net. Also, hard copies will be available in budget and debt management and the clerk's office. We we are scheduled to have budget hearings starting June 5th at 9:30 and also go on June 6th. So the adoption, depending on testimony where we are, most likely will be 6th, but we'll see what 5th does. So those are the dates for budget.
Okay. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in like years past, NAV, will we preserve part of the second day of budget hearings to have comprehensive answers to questions that board members or members of the public posed during the first day of budget hearings?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Did you comment on that subject?
No, I just wanted to ask, when will we have a draft copy?
It will be out Friday,
Okay.
this coming Friday.
Okay, Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just on this item on the budget, in light of the testimony we just heard, I think it'd be very important, obviously, that, you'll be in communication with the various departments, but I think more than just in a budget context, there needs to be some background information for this board, and particularly in light of the conversation that we couldn't have. There was only one way today with testimony in light of off agenda, but I would ask that it be very clear that we have background information available to this board in advance, not just on that day, please.
No, understood.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay, are there any additional board comments?
Yes.
Mr. Cerna?
I just wanted to point out that I know it was a very, very busy weekend for all of us in terms of the number of community events that seem to happen this time of year, which is a good thing. But there was a community event on Sunday, and it was the 15th annual Ride the Parkway event that the American River Parkway Foundation hosts every year. It used to be called Rex Ride. And one of the bands that I have the pleasure of playing in had the opportunity to entertain the crowd. And I just wanted to share with the board, and especially our county executive, that to a person that came up to me and us during that performance on Sunday, believe it or not, all of the commentary about the condition of the parkway was overwhelmingly positive, which is very different than in years past. I was very accustomed to getting my ear chewed about the need to do more, and certainly there is need to do more in the parkway. I'll be the first to admit that. But it was very, very refreshing to hear in person directly from some of this county's staunchest advocates for the parkway, that they are witnessing a cleaner parkway, a safer parkway. They're noting the personnel that they see in the parkway, which adds to their sense of safety. Many of them obviously cyclists. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that with the board and with our executives.
Anyone else? Okay. I just had one comment in the back section where you just send letters and reports that don't come to the board meeting. It discusses the abandoned cart prevention plan ordinance, and it reminded me of a comment that was made during the homeless outreach team's report a couple weeks ago, where they said they discussed all the number of shopping carts that they picked up.
And the value of them.
And the value was $200,000 or $300,000. Yeah, it was some astounding amount. And I don't have that in front of me, but this report here and their report don't seem to match up. So I guess I'd like to know is, how do they match up? And did the Sheriff's Department return all those carts to the shopping centers, and were they fined in some way?
Good. We will follow up on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually going to bring it up at that meeting, but I didn't, because they all are supposed to sign off on our ordinance, which says they have a plan in place. But I think that those plans are just ending up on a shelf somewhere, and we're not enforcing that.
Yeah, okay. Which might be a code enforcement situation, or maybe the Sheriff's Department's taken over for code enforcement. I don't know.
We'll make sure the coordination is there.
Okay. Does that complete our business?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. We're adjourned.